How's it going, everyone? And welcome to a. I'm not sure how to describe this episode of No Excuses on YouTube.com with your favorite show hosts, Aristil.
Venerian.
And Volacel, and so far only the non-catastrophic things have gone wrong so far today.
So far.
But we're here to bring you the latest news and commentary on the video games industry for the week, and we actually do have some news and commentary, although the objective value thereof is a little bit debatable.
Yeah, both of our commentary and the content is boy.
But if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or join us in our Discord server, which you can get to by clicking in the link, which will be provided in the show description underneath the show archive on YouTube.
Mills indeed. So on the stream today, I'm just going to be no-braining my way around the place because I gotta steer the ship.
Yeah, so Fern's got most of the stuff for these Game Awards that we're going to be going through.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those pseudo-structured episodes this week. It's not the Game Awards per se. That's end of the year. It's the other Jeff Keighley show.
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll be goofing around in Final Fantasy a little bit, but about the only thing we can do is Blue Mage spell farming. We'll let Fern stand still.
We were going to provide a little bit more visual aid, but Fern ran out of time due to work chaos.
Yep, because I'm still on the Hell March, and we might be on the Hell March for at least a few weeks. It takes a few weeks to get a new employee in. So, and right when I have other stuff to do.
So yeah, we've got. I don't have much of a week. We're skipping the weeks this week and jumping right into it.
Yep.
But you're not missing anything from me. I didn't do anything this week. Just worked.
Not a whole
I have a bunch of stuff, but it's most of it is not at all time sensitive because it's me doing things that are not going to age out of relevance necessarily. And some other stuff might come up later in the show, depending. So we'll see.
Okay, so how should we do this? Just do them in the order they broadcasted? Is that
whatever suits whatever you've got
Let's
prepared.
Yeah.
Let's do the big one, the big two first, and the smaller ones will likely have duplicates. So let's start with just Summer Game Fest and just go at it. I think.
Actually, I didn't think I saw any duplicates.
There was, I think, maybe a couple, but not many. Because we're only going to cover the big three, which is Sony, Games Fest, and Microsoft. The first Microsoft one, the second one.
Just for confirmation's sake, did Nintendo actually do one in this time period?
No, they have not. Word is that they're going to do one sometime in July.
Right.
But there's nothing concrete on that front yet. So between those three, there's only maybe like 3 duplicates throughout the entire thing. Microsoft did a second one, and what they did essentially is like if you wanted to know more about something they showed, you go to that. So, aside from Jeff Keighley getting up and making his presence known, all 3 were very much just quick, rapid fire. Like here's a trailer, here's a trailer, here's a trailer.
Yeah, well, I think that that basically got standardized by Sony because they chose to do that in the year that Xbox was the TV Spurts show.
Yes, and it worked so well.
The stunning contrast was just so powerful that nobody wanted to risk doing too much off-color commentary.
Yeah. That said, all 3 did still commit a few sins, so we'll cover those as we go on. I'm looking at you, Microsoft dystopian talking head.
Yeah. If y'all come to the guild house and switch to Blue Mage, I'll try and find ones on the list that we haven't done yet.
All right.
That we can do during the show.
So, we can do... Now, let me just sell off my triple triad cards. We can do Games Fest first, because that's the biggest one.
You can do Leviathan.
I can get y'all Veil of the Whirl if you want.
But the thing is that we'll keep falling off the ship if we're not paying attention.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter. Let's just do it.
All right.
No, we'll do whatever is appropriate. I don't care what we do.
Oh, if you die, then
Whoops. No, not that house.
The good news is I don't think we have to wait on Leviathan. I think he just casts. It's the passive shield he has on himself.
We
It's
farm Tsukiyomi.
yeah, it's when he changes phase. I think he does it.
I do want to get Tsukiyomi's spell for myself, but we can't do it with Fern.
Because I'm going to probably
Yeah,
explode.
there's
No,
an awful
you're-
lot of
you're not-
dodging required.
Well, no, he's not level 70, so he'll just.
Did he not hit 70?
Yeah, yeah,
Power
right,
level him.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
he'll
we can't-
shatter like a pane of glass if he was to try and do that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd have to throw every defensive cooldown on him just to have a shot at him surviving. So we'll have to stick to the easier ones. So we'll get Titan and Leviathan,
All right.
and we'll start with Leviathan because he's
Well-
more obnoxious.
I've already got Titan, so that's at least one you don't need to worry about there.
Okay, so we'll start with Leviathan because he's obnoxious.
He is obnoxious. Okay, so we'll do Summer Games Fest first because it's the biggest one.
Alrighty, the Jeff Keighley Show.
So, the first thing that really struck me, aside from the fact that Jeff Keighley seems to have murdered another couch for his jacket, the audience.
Oh yeah, clearly directed. The most directed
Yeah,
audience I'd say
Yeah,
forever.
It was like listening to a bunch of trained chimps.
Very unenthusiastic woo on cue.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
No, I'm mugshotted. Oh wait, I haven't made up a plate for Blue Mage. Still, I'm mugshotted. So yeah, that's all you got out of the crowd. It was just whoa, wee,
Woo! Woo!
woo.
Yeah, there it is.
Kick in the face. So, yeah, basically imagine that every announcement that was made was followed by whoa.
Yeah,
Absolute cringe. My goodness me.
Yeah.
I
Can-
would if
can
I was more
the
naive.
just-
If I was more naive, I would believe surely this must work on somebody, otherwise they wouldn't do it. But no.
No. Yeah, press the button. All right.
Doesn't matter.
So yeah,
Doesn't
Jeff
really
Keighley
matter.
got up and he did his usual welcome to the show piffle. I am Jeff Keighley. I am here to take everybody's money. I mean, at least credit where it's due. At least Keighley seems to care about the industry.
Yeah, because his grift's part of it.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like that.
yeah.
How will he schmooze? How will he schmooze? Action learn.
Oh, you got it first.
Aquabreath though.
Oh,
I
you got the
didn't
other
get.
one. Yeah.
I didn't get the whirl one. Aquabreath.
Yeah, Leviathan has two, just to throw you off. Alright, so we start at the top of the pile. Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. It is Prince of Persia action-y game, but it doesn't have the Prince of Persia in it.
Yeah, it's kind of. I was like, eh.
It's
Okay.
got-
But the thing that struck me more than anything else is the fact that it kind of looks like a Prince of Persia game,
It does,
as
doesn't it?
opposed to them trying to do something that's completely nonsensical.
Yeah, it's like, let's throw back and do classic Prince of Persia. I like that.
How many phases did you just skip, Aristeel?
Yes.
I don't know. As long as he puts a Veil of the World, I don't care. There it goes.
So yeah, it's a return to form. We got the princess is still around, but you're playing as this new guy. I don't think they actually said his name.
He looks like a Jamal. I'm gonna call him Jamal.
I mean,
In that
fine.
case, there's going to be a lot of Jamals this year.
There's going to be a lot of Jamals.
It's something about the
Basically,
way.
there's about one game where you play as a white guy now.
It's
I mean,
yeah.
It's just something about the way the dreads sit on his head. Like I've seen that on Jamal's before.
Oh, there we go.
Action learn, Veil of the
World.
World.
That was
Okay.
surprisingly painless. Now,
Yeah,
for
he
something
felt like being
surprisingly
nice.
painful is watching me try to do Titan while not paying attention.
I haven't got Titans on yet.
I'm going off the edge, just saying. Because Titan's telegraphs are not forgiving.
You just sing along to the lyrics in the song.
Titan!
They are actually saying something, you know.
They are, but for the most part, it just sounds like. Anyway, so yeah,
Alright.
Prince of Persia returning to form. I'm actually okay with that. They started off strong.
I don't know. Like, I think that this could go really badly because they are trying to do something very old and simplistic in a way that will engage a modern audience, which
Yeah.
means either it won't be fresh enough and nobody will care, or they'll change too much and as a result nobody will care.
Yeah, let's just hope that enough time has passed between the last proper Prince of Persia game and now. and they're able to actually do something with it. Like, as much as I'd like the Sands in Time series, despite the prince being a massive edgelord the longer it goes on, particularly in the second one, I don't think there has been any game really like it. There's been some things that have been close, but not actual Prince of Persia. So there, that's good. Now, first topic of cringe. Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah. Did these guys manage to pass the counting unit in primary school?
After
Because I'm
watching-
pretty sure that this number should have been 12, right?
Yes, it should have been.
That was my impression.
Except they've cheated, and I know what they've done now after watching the trailer, and they are going for the soft reboot.
Well, they don't have much of a choice because they sort of painted themselves into a corner with the like social justice bull crap that they added to the last one.
Yeah. Bye. I wasn't paying attention.
I don't remember what order the bombs were, so I'm just going to stand on one.
I don't know when he cast Mountain Buster, but I
Yeah.
haven't seen him do it yet,
So,
so
yeah,
I'm waiting.
what they've got is a kind of a reboot of the timeline. New timeline, they're calling it, except Fireball Liu Kang is still around for some reason. I guess he's doing a Spock. But then,
Vol, why?
oh no, you're both poos. That's fine. He
I
won't
tried.
be here.
Okay, you used Mountain Buster somewhere in that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw Mountain Buster on the log, so the question is, will he ever let us out?
So anyway, yeah, you've got young versions of all the characters coming back, coming full of new characters, and it's
Mountain
beyond that, it's
Buster
basically
learned.
Mortal Kombat. You didn't need to do that, but for some reason, so yeah, from what I saw, it looked like you've got young Liu Kang running around as well as Fire God Liu Kang, just to confuse things.
Mortal Kombat stories never make any sense.
They
and
really don't.
the only redeeming thing you can say about Mortal Kombat Wakanda is that it didn't make significantly less sense than the rest of Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, like Mortal Kombat is usually like, here is fighting tournament, go fight. That's where sense usually stops.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a Mortal Kombat game. It played like a Mortal Kombat game. My aesthetics are offended by the idea that Sub-Zero and Scorpion are now brothers.
Yeah.
But-
I mean,
Yeah, weren't they from different clans?
they were different.
I don't
clans,
I don't remember exactly how it works. Like I know that Scorpion was eventually some sort of like undead creature.
Yeah. And
but,
they went through like 3 different Sub-Zeros.
well, that's because there was a Sub-Zero who was like the little brother of the original Sub-Zero who got killed early on in the story.
Yes.
But I don't. Was Sub-Zero one of the Lin Kuei?
Yes.
But Scorpion wasn't.
All right.
And I
No,
think,
he was-
but
he was the rival.
Sector and
and
Cyrax
Uncle
were both Lin Kuei as well originally, weren't they?
Yeah. I think one of them at least was.
But Noob Saibot wasn't.
Noob Saibot was just a throw in at the last second initially.
Yeah. I don't remember. Like, cause there's so many, palette swap characters. Like,
Yeah.
Sub-Zero was a palette swap of Reptile's a palette swap of Rain was a palette swap of
Like,
Noob
you go-
Saibot was a palette
Chill-
swap of
chill your
Sub-Zero was a
DPS.
palette swap of.
Chill your DPS, by the way. We need them to cast Snort and Aqua Breath.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Didn't we?
you go back and you look at Mortal Kombat 2 and half the roster is just palette swaps. Oh, look. There's one of the Dapper Dead Men over there. I forgot. We're surrounded by very well-dressed zombies. So yeah, anyway, Mortal Kombat. It's another Mortal Kombat. And honestly, yeah, they were getting out of hand, so a soft reboot's probably not a bad idea.
Well, it's not so much that. It's that they literally ended the story by making everything into Utopia Wakanda where all the white people are gone.
Yeah, that was...
Like the Mortal Kombat 11 story was like the Jax plotline terminated with like
Whoops.
the fantasy of every racialist in America. I didn't learn anything, but I wasn't sure what we were supposed to learn here. So
Aqua breath and snort.
I've got the white baby Ultros if anyone wants it.
We'll have to run
I
it
don't
multiple
have it.
times.
Alright, well, you take it. Otherwise, I'll just try and sell it, but yeah, anyway. So yeah, Mortal Kombat, it exists. Path of Exile 2 is the next one. It looks, honestly, like more Path of Exile.
yeah, it's like it's one of those games where I'm like, is it really necessary to make a second one? Like, you
Yeah.
don't seem to have changed very much.
I think at this point, it's because the first one sprawled so much, it might be a good idea to kind of tuck it all back in again.
Yeah, it's. I guess I don't have a. My brother plays Path of Exile. I've never really played it. I installed it a few times. I don't think I ever played it though. But most of what I know about it now sort of boils down to, like with many things, Seth.
Yeah. Do you like currencies? We have currencies. Lots of currencies. So yeah, they only showed a bit of gameplay. They didn't actually talk about the game itself, but it basically just looked like more of the same. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with the Path of Exile gameplay.
Well, maybe they want to like rebuild the character development system or
Yeah.
zhuzh up the graphics engine a little bit. Maybe they hit some spaghetti code limitations on their original engine. Those are the only sorts of things I can think of that provide a strong motivation for an engine change.
Yeah. Or just clean up bloat. So, yeah, I mean, that's Path of Exile 2. It exists. I don't have anything against Path of Exile except for Tencent. Alright, next, Street Fighter 6.
It's a New Zealand game, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yeah, Street Fighter 6 is the worst culprit of the Overlap Awards because they were in everyone's.
Yeah, this is what I was referring to when I said there might be dupes.
Yeah. But they at
I don't-
least showed
yeah.
different stuff in each panel.
I feel like they made this one more compelling as a marketing exercise than 5, but I still don't particularly like it.
Well, 5 was a total disaster at launch because it was. They
Not
brought
finished.
yeah, they brought that and they brought Combo Fiend on to do the stupid breakdowns for it.
Yeah.
I'm never sure when a developer does something like that, like, do they actually think that he has anything to contribute, or is it just that, oh well, this guy's got a name that we can use for marketing?
Like
Largely the latter, I think.
the problem was, I think they tried to rely on Combo Fiend too much to help actually do design implementation. He's the one that had the legendary line, well, characters are just functions for UMVC3.
Yeah, like if you don't care about selling the game, that's true.
Yeah. If you don't care about your game having any sort of personality.
Like, I mean, to a certain extent, I can almost understand the logic that, oh well, in the case of Street Fighter, people who play Street Fighter are going to buy it regardless, so why worry too much?
Yeah. But the thing is, Street Fighter, it's bare bones and vanilla in terms of its mechanic. Everything that appeals to people is its personality. It's the zhuzh. Like, people are there for the characters and the ridiculousness and the car punching.
I'm there for the geef.
Everyone's there for the geef. You do not argue with that chest hair. You just don't.
Is Geef kosher at the moment?
I'm not sure if he's even in 6. Come to think of
I'm
it.
not sure. I haven't seen any. I don't think I've seen any footage of him in 6.
Yeah.
But I do think that whichever character it is, because I don't know the Street Fighter roster, whichever character it is that they're using as the cover guy for this one has the most punchable face I've ever seen.
That is the player character. You get to create your own.
You want your face to look super punchable in a game about punching things? This seems like a poor strategy.
Yes. I mean, it just saves a step, really, doesn't it?
I mean, I guess if you're going to get punched anyway.
Yeah, might as well give them a reason right out of the box. So yeah, in the Dorito Popes version, they showed off their crossover event with Exoprimal, the upcoming Capcom game which has robots and dinosaurs and...
Significantly more entertaining looking game.
Yes, I have many, many questions about Exoprimal. Honestly, it does look like an interesting concept and just a strange time.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
that's
honestly,
weird.
that's what I'm looking for more in a video game these days than an endless rehash of the same franchise over and over again.
Yeah,
Like, Exo Primal is way more likely to get my attention than, like, Street Fighter N+1.
yeah. Exoprimal's the sort of game you get when you draw concepts out of a hat and try to make a game from it. And honestly, it looks really appealing for it. But we'll come back to Exoprimal anyway. The last bit about Street... Oh, actually, we missed a bit about Mortal Kombat. I should quickly dial back. They've got Jean-Claude Van Damme as Johnny Cage.
But
Just,
that's interesting.
Yeah.
It's an interesting decision.
yeah. By the way, Vin Diesel, where's Arc 2? Yeah. This is...
I guess my instinct is, oh, Jean-Claude Van Damme is Guile, right? From Street Fighter.
I mean, kinda, I guess. Except the hair.
Technically, I liked that movie. I thought that Raul Julia did an amazing performance.
Such a dumb movie.
Did you guys get Aqua Breath from Leviathan already?
Yes.
Okay. I can just blow up Typhon.
I don't even know what we're here for, to be honest.
We're just here
Typhon
for
sneeze.
Typhon
yeah.
snort.
We need regular snort, not super snort or
Ultra
snort.
snort. Alright.
It takes a while. You can keep reading.
I think that the Street Fighter the movie was incredible.
It was incredible.
It was 100% saved by Raul Julia. No, nothing could save Street Fighter the movie, the game, though.
No. That one was just doomed. But anyway, speaking of celebrities in games, Dead by Daylight was probably the highlight of the show. At least a
Nicolas
highlight.
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage being Nicolas Cage in
The-
a game.
I really appreciate Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage is one of the few Hollywood actors who doesn't take himself too seriously.
Yeah. He knows
Like,
he's
I mean,
a big
when
and
you've
he
been-
leads on it.
You've been around the block as much as he has. Like, he knows that people know his story and the reason he is the way he is, you know, getting into debt and having to take every job no matter what it was, how silly or how serious, and then just hamming it up because that's all he can really do in those circumstances a lot of the time. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like he's more sort of like, he's still a Hollywood elite, but he's sort of like a more workman-like Hollywood elite. He sees it as a job,
Yes.
like something that he's got to do, and so he might as well do it proper.
Yeah. Like when he actually properly acts, he is really good.
Like, you would not find most Hollywood actors would not be willing to participate in a movie like The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent,
Yep.
because that's basically about taking the piss out of Nicolas Cage, and it's the movie he masterminded because he
Yes.
understands what a meme he is and that people love him because he's a meme.
Yeah. So this is Nicolas Cage in a game about 4 schmucks running away from a mass murderer, and he's on the schmuck side.
I'd just like to say, though, that The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent is a brilliant name for a movie.
It is, isn't it?
Especially a movie that you're making about yourself.
Oh, right. I forgot. I did not... Yeah, I should be paying attention, but... I mean, if you get knocked out of the ring, just jump back in, I suppose. When Typhon's blowing out both ends. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Eventually, she will do regular snort. It takes about 3 minutes.
yeah.
What are you, a Giganox?
Yes. Actually, Typhon predates to get Giganox.
That's not it. That's severe snort.
That's severe snort. So yeah, that's just... I think that was just a nice touch. It's like, Dead by Daylight is campy and silly at the best of times already.
It's
So-
for girls and streamers.
But
Yeah,
Yeah,
very
and he mentions this, and that someone he knew was very into the game, one of his family members, and they convinced him to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's exactly like how Raul Julia ended up doing M. Bison
Exactly, yes. I'm just gonna go over here now.
without the cancer.
Whee!
Yeah. So when he said that, I just thought that was, yeah, that makes perfect sense. There we go.
There we go. Snort. Snort.
Why you snort on me, bruh?
So yeah. Next game is Witchfire, a gothic-looking FPS. One thing I noticed from the trailer does not contain witches. But
Yeah, this was. Is this the one that I thought? That's The Witcher.
that's The Witcher. We're not talking about The
You're
Witcher.
gonna need to give me a bit more description than the name.
That's the problem with this one. Is aside from the theming, it was pretty boilerplate.
Well, I don't know what the theming is either. I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's
You
a
need to tell me more about the game than the name.
it's a gothic FPS. That's about all there is to it.
Hang on. Is this the? Yeah. Oh, okay. This is. You got like spells in your offhand and your gun in your main hand, and you can. It's first person, and you run around and you're fighting in what looks like, I don't know, something cross between Gothic England and like Salem, New Jersey, America.
Game you are describing appears at every Game Awards and every
single
Keeley
one.
show.
Yes.
I don't know that I've ever heard of it actually finishing. Maybe it finishes and nobody notices, but the same game appears
Yeah.
with a different name every single time.
Sometimes it's wearing a different hat, but not all that different, like Weird West or something like that.
Well, I mean, like I think the classic Warhammer Fantasy Witch Hunter has a cool hat.
He does have a cool hat. So yeah, I didn't take a whole lots of notes on this one because frankly, it just didn't look all that interesting. It's like, yeah.
Well, what can you say? That game has been released umpteen times already,
Yeah,
and
we've done this before.
we will hear about it if it turns out that one of them is actually good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked the visual design in this one. That's about all I can say for it.
Oh yeah, the
But
visual
that's-
designs are cool.
But they always look cool. The question is not whether they look cool.
But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm stretching here. I don't. This. It was one of the ones when it popped up. Like, oh, that visually looks interesting, but it's got. This isn't a new idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sort of like we're gradually approaching like military sim territory here in terms of, oh well, this game looks pretty much like every other.
Yeah. Speaking on that topic, next game up is Crossfire Sierra Squad, which also was in the PlayStation 1. Oh man, this looked boring.
I
I don't
totally
remember
forgot
this at
about one.
all. Like,
That is
yeah.
I at least
because
remembered
it is,
that the Witchfire one was a game that was in the list,
yeah.
but
This one is because it is one metric unit generic tactical modern shooter. It is,
I mean, at this point, I guess we have to fill a quota.
I guess. It's like if they put Tom Clancy's name on this, I don't think anyone would blink at it. Like it's just, or a Call of Duty game. It's just we've already got this 100 times over. Please stop. At the very least, give us a hook. So
yeah, I think that that's just a genre that's hit market saturation again, and people are not interested because games as a service is a thing, and so the people that are hooked on Call of Duty are going to keep playing Call of Duty until the next Call of Duty comes out, and then they'll be hooked on that one instead. And the vast majority of people in practice are still playing CS:GO.
yeah, that's the problem. Is I think a lot of genres, they'll come and they have their big boom and then they move on. Once like the big winners will come out usually very early on in the get piece. There'll be a few copycats and then they'll move on to the next thing. Because Counter-Strike Go is still a thing, the modern or the tactical shooter is still a thing, and I don't think it's going to go anyway.
Everybody sees, oh, there's this juicy market we can snap up, but none of them have managed to really do it.
You got to dethrone the king, and no one dethrones the king.
Yeah. Like, the only people who really have the money to do it is the Battlefield franchise, and they have just clowned it over and over again.
Yeah. So yeah, you got Call of Duty and you've got Counter-Strike. Sometimes you have Battlefield. But yeah, beyond that, don't bother. Oh, there it goes.
Yep, I learned snort.
Alright, so that's a boring game. Next up was an ad for a Samsung monitor. I looked actually closer at this one because they got a big thing on there saying if you order now, it's a $50 discount and we'll give you a $250 gift card.
Is it like a $6,000 monitor?
$2,199.99.
It's a lot of scratch for a monitor.
Yes.
I mean,
Also,
a
the
good
gift card
monitor
is-
can really...
Yeah, the gift card
Go on.
is a Samsung gift card.
Oh, so you've got to buy another Samsung product.
You've got to buy
I
another
mean,
Samsung.
that's not totally useless because there are a lot of people who just buy a new Samsung phone when a new Samsung phone comes out.
True, but
So, but then I guess the most people who own Samsung phones, their work paid for it anyway. So,
yes, I got a Motorola.
but Motorola, they still
I
make
know.
phones.
Yeah, that still makes flip phones.
That actually,
That's
I
retro.
kind of want to get a flip phone, so I've got an excuse not to look like I have to muck around on my smartphone all the time.
Yeah, well, flip phones there are coming back. I can't words. Although now you got flip
And I won't-
smartphones and they look like they should be broken.
And I won't freaking scratch up my screen all the time because I don't use the screen protectors because I can almost never find one that fits on my phone because I
Yeah.
don't buy normal phones.
So yeah, it was a very, very expensive monitor. I know.
Yeah, a good monitor though will have like seriously good implications for your overall experience.
Mhm.
Like, it's a good investment to have a good monitor. Like I have monitors that are relatively inexpensive but they're quite large.
Yes.
So
At
like
some
my
point,
main monitor's like 32 inches or something.
Yeah, at some point, I think we'll all start moving towards ultra wide monitors because that's kind of where gaming is going.
Even if you say that, like, when are we going to move towards ultra wide desks? Because that's what I'll need.
That's the big issue. Is I don't have the real estate for one of them.
That's the thing. Like, I could make the space, but it would involve shunting stuff off because I already got like 3 monitors on my desk.
Yeah, I've got 2, but I'm also using what do you call them? Arms, I guess, prop arms. And
Yeah, I'm
they're
not
only
using
built
arms
for
for mine.
regular size monitors.
Well, the mounting brackets are usually standard.
Yeah, so you just change out the arms for some bigger ones,
Yeah, you just need long arms. That's all.
longer arms. Anyway, Remnant 2. It's a co-op shooter, 3-player co-op of all things.
What's Remnant 1? Like, I don't know what that is.
I don't remember, honestly. It made absolutely no impact. I didn't even make any much notes about this because it made no impact. So let's just skip it and move on, shall we? Next game is Sonic Superstars because there's a typo here. So Sonic Superstars. This is what Sonic
Fun game.
should have been making for the last 20 years.
Yeah, but this is like Prince of Persia, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're trying to recapture an ancient formula in a way that will engage a modern audience. And the question is always up in the air. Everybody knows what constituted a good Sonic game historically. That's not in question. What is in question is whether or not that can still make a profit.
Yeah. So basically, the audience has said, Sonic Mania, do that, and now we will see at this point if Sonic Team can do that. The Sonic Mania was a massive hit. So we'll see. We shall see. I'm kind of annoyed though that they keep going back to Amy's old costume because it is an absolute eyesore. Like, she's pink with like bright green and yellow as her costume or something like that. Oh.
I wonder if all those people on DeviantArt who are constantly drawing Sonic OCs actually play Sonic games.
Oops.
Did you just? You did. You just.
Did you just one-shot boss?
I just crit pretty
That's
hard.
not how you farm for Blue Magic, RSTL.
Yes. Could you please not accidentally Garuda, please? Alright, so that happened. Next game they talked about Honkai Star Rail. It's waifus in space.
Well, it's a hot ticket right now. Everybody playing it. Much like the whatchamacallit before it. The other one.
Genshin.
Genshin.
Genshin, yeah, that's the one.
MiHoYo is really riding high. They've had a massive success with Genshin, and Honkai Star Rail is going much the same way.
Yeah, but it's a Chinese gacha game. Like, ain't no getting away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If even it was a Chinese, like, just one and done purchase, that would be different. But the fact that it's Chinese gacha,
Yeah, it's like they want to hook you up to their machine and bleed you dry. That's their objective.
Get out of the way, Bahamut. So yeah, there's nothing really to say about Honkai Star Rail. They just said, here's a bunch of
Yeah,
new waifus.
like to give it its due, it looks gorgeous and it looks like it would be fun to play and so on and so forth. But it's sort of like, you know, I'm sure cocaine is also fun, but it's not good for you.
It is not good for you. Like, it's the same.
And it's going to generate profit for bad people.
It's the same problem I have with Genshin. It's like, I really like this game. It's fun and it's got a lot of personality and there's a lot to like here. But the gacha is very predatory and, like, at the end of the day, you're supporting a bad company.
Well,
Yeah,
regardless of whether
miHoYo does great work. It's sort of sad, really.
Yeah. If miHoYo can get out from under its shackles, then 100% be there.
well, they would literally have to pack the whole company up and move it.
Yeah, they would. And
I think that the way the tendrils of the party spread, that's not really a possibility in
it's
practice.
not going to happen. No.
No,
Next.
if
Like,
they,
they will all be found dead in their offices if they decided to jump ship to another country.
yeah, they would be made an example of. Oh no!
Oh, you almost did it again.
Careful.
Use a smaller spell.
You don't have to start with Terraflare.
Yeah. All right. Next game, Lies of P. It's a Soulsborne based on Pinocchio of all things.
I mean, some of
Oliver
the stuff,
Campbell reckons it's really solid.
Okay.
Burn, Feather Rain.
you got Feather Rain?
I've
Did you get it,
already
Fern?
Yeah, I already had it. So
Okay.
I was just waiting for to get it. I've got all the base primers.
Oliver Campbell is a fanatic for Souls likes, and he reckons that Tales of P is really solid from the demo.
Yeah,
It's an odd premise, honestly, and it looks like basically Geppetto just loses his absolute shit and goes on a rampage, and that's the game. It could be good. It's like weird and creepy and French.
But I repeat myself.
Yeah. So
yeah.
this one might be actually one worth looking at.
You got shark blimps coming out of the water.
Oh yeah, the shark blimps. I forgot about the shark blimps. And giant
It's
murder puppets.
interesting. Yeah.
I mean,
we already had we had Victorian Dark Souls, we had Japanese Dark Souls. Now we can have French Dark Souls.
yeah. I mean, if it is actually Geppetto you're playing as, this is the man who got so lonely he became delusional and created his own child out of wood. So, dude's got issues.
It seems like it seems pretty normal compared to most people today with their Dakimakara.
Ah, yes, I will make my own child out of cotton.
Well, I hope it's
Polyester.
not a child, given what people do with those.
Let's not talk about that any further, shall we? On that topic, I guess, because that sort of transitions into this in a really awful way.
That's grim.
Yes. Sandland, it's Toriyama. It looks open world and you're driving around in the desert doing Toriyama things.
Yeah.
So, 6 faces.
6 faces. I mean, it looks a lot of fun, and Toriyama games are usually a good time.
What? Don't meet the requirement.
don't-
Fern, have you not done the Heavens for Trial series?
I thought I had them all locked. Which one we unlocked? Which one are you trying to do?
Just Sophia Normal.
I might need to go and talk to a dude. Hang on.
What level is he? He's 65?
Yeah, I'm 65.
I mean, we don't need Sophia's. It shares a cooldown with Brute Justice, so you'll never use it, but it was an easy one to do. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll find another one.
I'm going to go to...
I'm sort of mystified about why he can't queue for it.
Yeah, I thought I'd unlocked everything, unless I haven't.
Well, we're only trying to queue for normal, I mean.
Thought I had that unlocked.
I mean, we could go get 4-ton weight from Ultros and the Dragon's Neck. There's literally no reason to have the spell, but
Yeah.
we could go get it.
The Heavy Lord. Alright. Yes. Where were we? Sandland, right. I don't know anything about the manga this is based on. So, It is a long-running
Nor do I.
Toriyama
I'd never
manga.
even heard of it.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
heard
but
of it.
Toriyama
That's it.
manga and long running tend to be pretty hand in hand.
Yeah, it's kind of a redundant phrase, isn't it? Let's see. That's Astral Melogian over there. Sky Pirates? That might be it over there. Anyway, I'll
I
wait.
think you actually got. Yeah, I'll just go punch Ultros and try and get 4-ton weight.
All right, let's do that. All right, where were we? Annapurna. I don't have anything against a lot of their games, but they didn't really show anything in their showcase, so we'll skip that. Throne and Liberty. It is the new Amazon NCSoft MMO. It looks like
Because that never goes wrong, right?
Oh, it's perfectly fine. So
You don't sound terribly confident about that.
I mean, Lost Ark is at least fun. If you're into the Korean grind.
Eventually it wasn't completely terrible.
Yes. It was a bit rough to start with, and Lost Worlds found its niche. A New World, I should say, rather not Lost World. But yeah, Lost Ark, New World. There we go. Okay, but in fact,
Stop it, bomb it. No. Okay, his auto attack killed it.
Whoopsie. In the case of Throne and Liberty, it's one generic or metric unit generic Western fantasy. It's like there's dragons, people turn into animals, and that's apparently their hook they were leaning on. But
Yeah, I don't mind. I like MMOs as a general rule, but because time is so limited, as now I'm a grown ass adult, the constraint is you have to be better than Final Fantasy XIV to get me to play it, and that's a tough act to follow.
yeah, that's actually
If you're making another generic fantasy MMO, you need to be at least better than the headliners.
yes.
And maybe the bloom has fallen off World of Warcraft's flower, but that's not so for everybody else.
And even so, you still need to provide enough incentive to uproot those players.
Yeah, because they've got investment.
Yeah, and that's the big thing with all MMOs is you need to get that crowd moving before your anything else. If your game doesn't have an interesting hook on it, then you're getting no one. Like for the case of New World, it was like it's all conquistadors and a PvP focus until it wasn't.
Well, I thought it was supposed to be like RuneScape, basically.
In a lot of ways, yeah.
Like
It's like
that's what I
adult
thought
RuneScape.
it was going for. But yeah, it wasn't compelling, and it was broken in a lot of ways.
Yeah, completely unbalanced. There's like 3 different monster types, and that was about your lot. And because they changed...
Adult RuneScape's a odd term because everybody had a mother or an aunt or somebody that was on the leaderboards.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
The top RuneScape players were always old women.
My
So-
great grandmother was in the top 5 until the day she died at 90 something. So yeah, like grown up RuneScape is probably a better choice. It's like, except everyone's still playing RuneScape old school, so make of that what you will.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the point is that what it offered was not compelling enough to keep a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because lots of people did give it a try, and it did not hold on.
Yeah, they hit 1 million, and in that first month they dropped to under 100,000 players. So yeah, yeah. Their biggest issue I think was they built the game as a PvP game, and at the last minute they changed it to a PvE game based on testing, which. Like, fair point, fair enough changing a game because the testing told you that PvP was not going to last forever.
There it is.
Blow it up.
Oh, I can't blow it up for 30 seconds.
Hit it with your dish. But yeah, it's just if they should have probably put it back on the bench for an extra year, honestly. But,
Yeah. The big thing is you got to get over that investment people already have in the current IPs, and they don't do that.
yeah, you gotta provide a reason to try something new first. Next game, Warhaven, had balked sound, so I didn't honestly take any notes for this because it made 0 impression. I can't even remember what it was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
is this one of the mini showcase pieces that got muted on the YouTube stream?
Yeah, this is why you don't use copyright music.
There were quite a few of those throughout the 2 presses I watched, where the sound would just be completely cut. And for any game that happened in, I just didn't care.
Yeah,
You're a slow learner.
we are. Next, Party Animals, one of those 4-player top-down chaos party games. I mean, fine. That's all there is to say about that. I think that game's out already. If it's not too far off. But there's a good amount of games already out there like this one, so yeah, nothing really more to say there. Let me see. Dying Light 2 still also exists. People really like Dying Light, but it's zombies, and I just don't care. Crash Team Rumble, the Crash Mario Party with teams.
Where are you in the list? Did you get away from me?
I have just zoomed through like 3 really quick.
Oh, because you skipped like if you're using the same site I am.
Which one did I
Skipped
skip?
quite. You skipped Alan Wake 2, Warhammer.
No,
Wait,
Alder.
they've got them in the wrong order. Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's what. That's why I said we should all use the same site, so we use them in the right order. But okay,
yeah, I'm using
we'll
the notes I took as the show was going.
okay.
So this is the order they were presented in. Yeah, Crash Team Rumble. I haven't heard anyone say anything about this game at all.
Nobody cares about Crash Team Rumble. Nobody played Crash Team Rumble
Well,
that I knew.
I think we all remember Crash Bang Boom. And if you don't, there's a good number of YouTubers out there who have covered it, and oh boy, it was awful. So, yeah. Unfortunately, Mario Party exists, and Mario Party is already destroying friendships. We don't need another one.
Yeah, nobody's really ever managed to create a long-lasting Mario Party competitor.
Yeah.
Like the closest anybody really came was Fall Guys, and that was only by means of being significantly different.
Yeah, by not being a Mario Party competitor.
It's still a party game style of thing.
Yeah, it's
Except
close to Battle Royale.
Well, you could say that, but it's not supposed to be of the same tone as a battle royale.
Yeah,
But,
like other attempts.
it is based around incredibly doofy games.
Yeah,
Like, because in a battle royale you're fighting each other, and Fall Guys you're just trying not to be beaten by everybody
you're
else.
you're just trying to stay on in the old polyester hell.
Because they do have the same types of game in there that Mario Party does.
Some of
It's
them,
just
yeah.
that you're playing with a mob of strangers.
Yeah,
Yeah, even if it's not the same exact game, they all have that Mario Party feel to them.
yeah.
But even back in the day, all the people I knew that played Crash Bandicoot, myself included, probably had Crash Bash. I did, but nobody played it because there was Mario Party.
Yeah, there was Mario Party. Like there was
The calluses on your hands were already calibrated for working with Mario Party.
Exactly. You'd already lost those
You're just going to get
friends.
more blisters if you try and learn a different party game.
Yes, and lose a different set of friends.
Although to be fair, when I was a kid, there was a lot of people would play the Mario Party games in Pokemon Stadium.
Damn right.
Yeah, we did play a lot of those. I do remember that.
Mm.
The stupid Magic Cart jump game
Magic card jump.
and the Clefairy says.
Oh, right.
Sushi Go Round. I like Sushi Go Round.
Sushi Go Round.
Oh, yeah.
Sushi Go Round was where it was at.
Then the Rattata race.
So yeah, like we've seen other proper attempts at Mario Party as well. Like that's where the Rabbids got their start, and look where they ended up.
I don't know where the Rabbids ended up, because where Ubi thinks that they are in the public consciousness does not appear to be where they actually are in the public consciousness.
Yeah, it's like they're doing Minions XCOM at the moment. That's where the Rabbids are. Although to be fair, Minions XCOM games, the Mario of all things as well, they're actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. It's just like once you get past the Rabbids, they're a lot of fun, those games. Alright, where were we? Get back in the queue. Dying Light, Crash Team Rumble, Alan Wake 2, the game that everyone doesn't care about.
That is the exact same order it is on the site that Aristeel linked, so I don't know why Aristeel's complaining.
No, I just didn't see. I didn't see Crash Team Rumble here. I was.
Oh,
It was
okay.
in Tiny Mice type. It didn't get its own headline.
Yeah, it's because nobody cared.
So I was confused,
We
but
miss you,
it's fine.
Make a proper game again, please.
But yeah, so here's the caveat that they didn't mention at all in Alan Wake 2.
Mm.
You remember Control?
Vaguely, it's
The-
the
the-
SPC or SCP ripoff.
The FPS that has replaced Crysis as the way to completely tax a video card for benchmarking.
Yeah. So Control is a direct sequel that will probably be necessary to Alan Wake.
Wait,
And
the
they
same
just-
continuity?
Yes.
Oh, that's going to be confusing.
And they just neglected to mention this in the
Oh, there it
in
is.
any.
4 tons weight. The most important skill in the game.
Yes.
It's completely useless. It was just
So-
something to get.
Yeah, there's no indication anywhere that Control and Alan Wake rely on each other for their story.
I didn't know they were related at all.
I didn't know
I
they
didn't
were
even
related
realize they
at
were the
all,
same
yeah.
developer.
But nobody did until they played the game and got to the post game.
Yeah, and good luck trying to decipher the what is going on in Control because better minds than you have failed.
Good luck getting it to run on your PC without looking like complete garbage.
Well, that
I had it. I had it even worse. I played it on the PS4
Oh boy.
Oh,
Enjoy.
because it was free on Game Pass,
oh,
and so I was
yeah.
like, oh okay, I'll check
Yeah.
it out.
I think I did claim it at Game Pass at one point. So that's
And
good to go.
oh boy, did it chug!
Enjoy having your console heat up to an appreciable fraction of the surface of the sun.
I've not heard the fan of that PS4 blow so hard for any other game.
Oh, that's ominous. So yeah, that's a very useful bit of information. But beyond that, it's like I honestly thought it was kind of Silent Hill at the start, but it's like a bunch of schmucks are walking around in town.
I do not care
People who
about
liked
Alan
Alan Wake liked it a lot. Like
Yeah.
I haven't played it, but the people I know who did play it, they thought it was the greatest.
It's really not my thing.
It does
It
have.
does have a niche audience, but I think that it doesn't look like it's not a quality game or anything like that.
Yeah, it's just way so far outside my interest sphere. It's just like,
Yeah, if
The-
if what you really want is a sort of the suspense thriller horror game, then I mean that's what it's going to do. Because not everybody just wants to wander around shooting zombies all the time.
yeah, time and a place for that. But yeah,
The only thing I remember about the first Alan Wake that stuck out to me was there's a scene where there is a group of two delusional rock stars who think they're Norse gods Odin and Thor, and they play this totally original song they made for the game, rock song, while you're fighting off the shadow monsters and using the light from their impromptu concert in a shed to fight the shadow monsters.
okay, not gonna lie, that sounds really cool.
Interesting.
That's near God Hand levels of awesome.
Yeah, the in Control, the same band comes back and makes a cameo with a Walkman, and you go into this Euclidean maze that is constantly changing and will drive you crazy normally. But because their earbuds are in your ears that the Finnish janitor gives you, they play their ridiculous rock music while you're going through the maze. You're not confused by the maze and can make your way through.
Is there
It's
some
amazing.
lore reason why this rock song by delusional aging rockers is supernaturally powerful?
No, this is a totally different one for Control too, and that is just as good. It's all about stuff happening in the game.
It's just Agent What's Her Face just gets so wrapped up in the music she just goes through the maze and doesn't think about it.
Oh, the maze starts helping you. It jams along the music so hard. Like a bunch of enemies will be coming at you, and it'll just put a wall up to block them or squish them.
No,
So
I
what
wanna
you're
hear
saying
this.
is that these aging rockers shouldn't have retired. They should have just changed their shtick.
Yeah, these. So, Control's worth playing if just for that section of the game, the ashtray maze.
Oh,
but,
that's nuts.
The
Which means
everything else outside of the highlight moments is really slow and boring in these games, to be honest.
Yeah, which means, honestly, if they've done it for Control and Alan Wake 1, they're going to do it again.
Yeah, they are good at their big capstone moments like that when the action reaches its peak. But outside of that, I don't...
Spends a lot of time brooding and contemplating its navel.
Yeah.
There's too much thinking too hard about stuff that don't need to be thunk about, or stuff they don't give you any answer to.
Yeah. So,
I mean, there are people who are into that, though.
Yeah. Alright, next! Space Marines 2.
Space Marine!
Also,
Like, I'm cautiously excited for it because I like 40k, but not because I have any reason to believe it's going to be a sterling game. But it's got 3-player co-op, so I want us to play it at some point.
Yep, it's got the toilet seat brigade. It's got ridiculous amounts of NIDs. It looks like they're doing everything right, but because it's a 40k game,
You got about a 1 in a 5 shot of it being decent.
Yeah, you got to wonder where they're going to drop the ball.
Yeah, it's probably not going to excel. They very rarely do, but there's like a good 20% chance that it will be a decent good time.
Yeah, I think the only reason that the Total Warhammer trilogy is so good is because Sega smacked Games Workshop's hands away.
Yeah, I know a guy who's like super into that.
Like it has a dedicated following, very dedicated.
It's always trying to proselytize his family members into also playing.
Yes. Next is a little indie game. Yes, Your Grace, the Snowfall. It's a sequel to a decision-making simulator.
I'm just not into it, man. Like this is I think what other people play instead of visual novels.
Largely, yeah. That's basically how the first one played. It played more or less like a visual novel.
Any of the visual novels that were popular in the early 2000s or 90s will tell a better story than most of these.
Well, I mean, this is because the Western developers are discovering the art from a different direction. And significantly later. Like, I think that they're converging on the same sort of general locus, but their approach is to come from the direction of, like, point and clickers with a little bit of, like, you know, the classic Princess Creator type game baked in.
Yeah.
There is another game that has made a bigger step in a similar vein. I remember the main character. It's Princess Elodie. What's her name? What's the game's name?
I don't know.
But either way, it's like it's a visual novel. It just kind of slightly mechanically different. But you make the wrong decisions, and you almost certainly end up dead in a number of very interesting ways.
That's a lot of visual novels.
It seems to be sort of like an expanding genre in the West now. Things that are like they take that as their core, like a core narrative, and your decision making ability is sort of central to the mechanics. And there may be more or less mechanics, but it seems to be a thing. I think the game that Michael Bell's studio made is sort of in the sort of general vicinity as well.
Yep.
Like narratively driven, decision-making based type of thing, but it's much more heavily mechanical than that. There's sort of a certain amount of like almost tactics game type thinking involved.
Yeah, without seeing any actual proper gameplay from the Yes to Your Grace sequel, it might be going that way, or it might be doubling down on the visual novel side of things. We'll have to wait and see.
That said, the pixel art in this game looks really bad.
Yeah, it's pretty mid. not to borrow a Zoomer phrase, like it's not offensively bad the way sometimes I find it to be, but it's also not at all remarkable.
Yeah,
it's just serviceable at best.
Serviceable is a good word for it. It does the job.
I don't expect every game to have, Fire Emblem on the Game Boy Advance levels of pixel art, but this looks like, it could be on Monkey Island, the original discs.
I don't know. I feel like they are attempting something here. They're attempting a blending of pixel art with other styles here, but they've sort of missed it by about 30 degrees, sort of thing.
Yeah.
From the ideal target. So I can sort of tell by looking what they're trying to do, but I feel like they didn't quite nail it.
Yeah, maybe a third game and they'll hit it square that time. Next is Toxic Commando, a zombie horde shooter by the pulpy horror movie guy. John Carpenter.
Don't
Yeah,
care at all.
honestly,
Don't give a toss.
It lost me completely at zombies.
Forgot
If it had what's his name in it, the chin guy. What's his name? He was in Burn Notice. He was Ash in Evil Dead.
Yeah, that.
Oh.
That I'm trying to remember his actual name, but
Bruce Campbell.
there you
Yeah,
go.
there you go.
If it had Bruce Campbell in it, maybe worth thinking about.
Nope, we got the director.
Yeah, he's a name that pops up a lot in horror movies, but outside of horror movie circles, you're not gonna know who this guy is or care.
Yeah, it's schlocky horror by the schlocky horror guy, and it's great for those who like it. Just you lost me at zombies. Sorry.
Yeah, I felt like I was seeing zombies every second trailer this
Honestly,
year, to be honest.
Yeah, though looking at the title alone, Toxic Commando, honestly, I'd call that a Saturday morning cartoon title. So when
No, that was Toxic Crusaders.
Oh, it was too. Yeah, it's already taken, isn't it? All right, next game, Baldur's Gate 3, getting a 1.0 release date finally until they delay it.
I keep forgetting it hasn't come out yet. I gotta be honest, because I feel like they've been talking about it for an appreciable fraction of eternity.
Yeah, it's been in early access for like 4 years now. I want to say.
Honestly, the longer it takes, the less faith I have that they can do a decent game.
Yeah, like I want to play this game. I love the Baldur's Gate franchise, and on liking what's they now? Larian Studio, the guys who did Divinity Original Sin 2, and that game is great. So it's got the right people behind it.
It has some gaffes in it, but if they develop their art, then they're the right people for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still haven't gone back and played the original because I was like a diehard Neverwinter Nights person who played that over and over again instead of ever getting around to playing Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, the original has not aged all that well. The remaster
But it has
helps, but
Minsk in it.
it has Minsky in it. He has not had his most Minsky yet, though. He doesn't get his most Minsky until the sequel, when he doesn't have his ball and chain around. Although Dinah here at least is a motivation for Minsk to do things. But, yeah, the big bugbear over Baldur's Gate 3 is WotC.
Yeah, I don't know how much creative control they're exercising.
Yeah, I'm just reluctant to give them any sort of money, honestly. It's
Like
just...
they've essentially ruined several major branches of their franchises now. Like Dungeons and Dragons is circling the drain because of their decisions and actions. Like the game itself hasn't actually changed that much from, you know, where it was when 50 launched. There's not much has changed, but their reputation has completely gone down the gurgler. And, you know, basically there's nobody who isn't like at least a little bit miffed at their handling of Magic the Gathering.
Yes.
And from what I've sort of heard sort of suggested, it doesn't sound like Mark Rosewater's especially happy either.
No.
And he was sort of the marketing guru turned games developer who made Magic the Gathering into a popular thing. Building on what the developers had done originally. And while he's normally the guy of whom Magic the Gathering's marketing brainchild usually comes, like he does, from what I've heard, he's not happy about it turning into this sort of like IP crossover marketing device.
Yeah.
Where they just, oh well, here's an IP, let's just cross over it with it and make Black Aragorn.
Yeah, a lot of fans are the same. It's like, we've got Magic the Gathering, and why are there Transformers in it?
Yeah, it's like while I would not say that there were a lot of people who cared very much about the lore of Magic the Gathering, on a sort of like a not explicit level, people had a sense of it having its own character.
Yeah.
Like, Ravnica was something that was only Magic the Gathering. Phyrexia was something that was only Magic the Gathering.
Even the Eldrazi at Zendikar and all that was very clearly Magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the Japanese themed one, like they had their own spin on it that allowed you to identify it as like Magic the Gathering weeb shit instead of conventional weeb shit.
Yes. It had its own flavour.
I remember back when I was actively playing. The last time I was actively playing was during the Zendikar and Return to Innistrad blocks, and I managed to get engaged with the story of the current expansions.
Hmm.
It was fairly interesting.
Yeah, I was playing last during Return to Ravnica and a little bit of the Greek one.
Yep.
Oh, Theros block or
Theros.
whatever. Yeah.
Like the early Theros was quite strong. Thematically, it was very strong. And Ravnica's always been thematically quite strong.
Yeah. Like you can cross over with D&D, and they have a few times, and that's not going to dilute things too much. But some crossovers, like you do too many crossovers, and especially with things that don't mesh.
Fortnite.
Godzilla.
Yes. And yes.
Did they do Godzilla? I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah,
Godzilla.
I think they did Godzilla
Yeah.
Magic.
I mean, this is not the first. Like way back in the day, they did Three Kingdoms,
Yeah, way back in the
but
day.
it was their own thing though, and they never really revisited that because it wasn't what they wanted to do,
Yeah.
and that's changed evidently.
Yeah, but
And it's like this is clearly a somebody in corporate decision, not the creative team of Magic the Gathering decision.
yeah, like some
But,
things just
yeah, that-
do not cross over, like Magic the
The-
Gathering and Transformers.
The
Or Fortnite.
crux of all this is that the creative drive in Wizards of the Coast seems to become seriously and damagingly unmoored from reality,
Yeah.
and the concern is that will bleed over into Baldur's Gate and wreck it.
Yeah, hopefully Larian has been smacking Watsy's hands away. I want the game. I want to support those guys. I don't want to support Watsy though. And now I'm conflicted because I also want Minsk. Because everyone likes
Well, that's always the problem though, right? Like the fan base of say Warhammer 40k absolutely loathes Games Workshop,
Uh-huh.
like with a burning passion, but they love 40k. And the bizarre thing is that 40k is sort of like thematically diametrically opposed to everything that Games Workshop stands for.
Yes. The problem is though, it's hard to play Warhammer without Games Workshop.
Yeah,
Whereas-
I mean, ultimately, the only way that you can break that deadlock is for, somehow as a grassroots movement, somebody build an open source tabletop wargaming engine and just slot rules in, and everybody in the community just adopts it out of protest. Because the only thing that you need Games Workshop for really is, at this point, is their sanctioned tournament.
Yeah.
The sort of what they provide in terms of reputation for sanctioned tournaments, because the fan community generates a significant amount of material, and people can print their own miniatures now. This is the world we live in.
Yep.
And people can build their own open source tabletop wargaming systems. The question is, like, is there a will in the community? Like, what amount of blasphemy, what amount of heresy has to be committed by Games Workshop to cause the fan base as a whole to rise up and defy them?
I think we'll find out soon, because aren't they talking about adding a 5th Chaos God in the current lore?
Again?
Again.
What about Malal?
Nobody remembers Malal. So yeah, we're back at that again.
But they got rid of the Horned Rat from Fantasy, didn't they? Or no, I think they ascended the Horned Rat to replace something else. No, I don't actually remember.
I can't honestly
but,
remember, yeah.
But yeah, their revamps to Warhammer Fantasy went up like a lead balloon. Like they're just making bad creative decisions left and right, much like Wizards of the Coast. Like I think that they are almost synonymous, except that the franchise of that supplies them with their money has sort of like fundamentally traditional heroic values.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as generic and deracinated as say Magic the Gathering. It's got like intrinsically it has certain values of like self-sacrifice and heroism built into it, and a sort of an unambiguous opinion that excess is bad and hedonism is bad and that type of thing. Like Slaanesh would not be bad if hedonism was bad, but the cultural zeitgeist right now is that hedonism is good, and Games Workshop has taken that position. So their actual product that people love is diametrically opposed to their position ideologically, and they are becoming an ideological company with their constant blithering about fascism.
Yeah.
Anyway,
let's not get bogged down
next
too
on
much
the
on
list.
that. Where was it? Baldur's Gate 3, Spider-Man 2, one of the big headliners.
Spooderman.
Spider-Man's.
Yeah.
It is the sequel to the 2018 PlayStation Spider-Man game, which was really good.
Is that the one that had obnoxious stealth sequences in it?
Aside
Yeah, it
from
was
the
the
obnoxious
one-
self sequences, yes.
Anytime you had to play as Miles or as Mary Jane, no,
Yeah.
please.
At least Miles
Just
would
give me
hack
Dex.
something occasionally.
It was also the game that you may remember had certain flags replaced by American flags, and this was a no-no.
Yeah, that was a mod that did that.
Yeah, that was Nexus Mod's policy decision. So,
Yeah. So, yeah.
but no, everybody knows that the intersectional pride flag is the new American flag. Like that is the main cultural export of the American empire is pride flags.
I'm not gonna jump into that right now.
Yeah,
We'll be
let's
here
not.
all day.
So yeah, well, thankfully, in terms of stealth sections, MJ is probably still around, but Miles is now a fully fledged Spider-Man on his own rights.
He can spooter.
He can spooter.
Mm-hmm.
So,
This presentation went on for a while
It
compared to
did.
the rest of them.
it did. This is one of the big headliners.
Yeah, I know that Spider-Man is Sony still has some kind of unique license
Yeah,
with
it
it.
had like a quarter of an hour worth of footage at the end of Sony's one.
Yeah, it did. It's
Yeah.
also because Spider-Man's one of the few Marvel heroes that Disney hasn't ruined.
Realistically, it was also like historically doing a big chunk of Spider-Man footage has worked really well for them as a marketing tactic.
Yeah. So yeah, I might pick this one up actually because I did enjoy the first one and I want to see where they go.
I've
Parker.
already forgot the story of the first one.
And
Not
Spider-Man fights villains.
Yeah, but I remember liking it, but not enough to
This
sell me
one-
on this as a franchise.
This one seems to have a different villain though. It seems to be about like some villain I don't know who's just basically like a human version of the Predator
Oh, what
and
was
just
his
wants
name
to,
now?
to hunt big game.
Uh,
I'm not familiar with anything in the Spider-Man setting at all.
Oh, Craven.
Craven, that was it. I knew I wrote him down. I've always liked Craven as a villain when he pops up because he's not superpowered or anything like that. He is just a guy with a gun.
Yeah,
You like
his,
the hunt?
He
yeah,
likes
his
to
stick
hunt.
is being the hunter who hunts.
He does a hunt, but he's also rather inevitable because it takes a lot to put him down for just a guy with a gun. He's annoyingly persistent.
Let me see if I can find a picture of his old outfit because this is probably the gayest Freddie Mercury ass outfit I've seen.
His classic outfit.
Yeah. Let me see if I
Yeah.
can find it. Here we go.
Yeah, the 60s happened.
Yeah, he's an older villain, so he's got older fashion sensibilities.
That's
Actually, what
not
did you find?
completely dissimilar to how he appears in the new game. There's a little bit less zebra print, but
Yeah, it looks like a little bit less like he just stepped out of a really dodgy circus ring.
does look a lot like Freddie Mercury though.
I think Freddie Mercury would hold up at those pants.
I don't know. It was Freddie Mercury.
Yeah. But, yeah, Craven's been around for a long, long time.
Not one that gets top billing usually as a side villain. I remember him in the cartoon show from the 90s, and that's
Yep.
about the only place I ever saw him in.
Yeah.
I guess
think it was
there's
that one.
there's certain villains that you sort of you can't help but nearly cheer for.
Yeah.
And it's because they are doing it as a human being, where in a world where everybody else gets cheat codes.
yeah.
It's like Alucard and Helsing. No, you gotta stay human. It makes it more fun that way.
Yeah. So beyond that, it's Spider-Man. There's the Venom parasites back in the play again because inevitably it always is.
It is the go-to sequel fodder for any Spider-Man franchise.
Yes. Yeah, you got Craven as a villain. Apparently, there's going to be more than one villain, so they might do the villain menagerie, rogues gallery thing they did in the first one again, perhaps.
Well, it sounds like Craven's just there to hunt anybody who he can lay his hands on. So that basically is going to draw anybody living in New York into the mix.
Which is basically potentially any Marvel character.
Like, it looked from the Sony presser, it looked like, oh well, this is actually was about the Spoodermans hunting the lizard dude. What's his name?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh,
The lizard.
The lab coat guy.
The lizard.
It's just the lizard, yeah.
Yeah, they was hunting him, but Craven also wants to hunt him. So
Yeah, except Craven wants to peel him and hang him up on the wall, like he does.
In most of the comics, the lizard is a fairly tragic figure.
Usually, yeah.
That was like trying to save his wife or something with medical research and accidentally turned himself into a monster.
Yeah. And he ends up quite often with his Jekyll and Hyde thing going on. So yeah, the lizard, as far as Spider-Man villains go, he is usually very sympathetic.
I mean, the X-Men exist in the same universe, right?
Yes.
Can't they just like give therapy to these tragic villains or something?
Depends if the
Because
writer
they seem to
remembers
specialize in
exist.
that stuff.
Well, when they're not having their own issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, well, the thing is that they've got heaps of those Outcast accidentally turned himself into a monster type characters in the cast, and a lot of them have managed to turn over a new leaf. So they should open a support group or something.
I think they did
Maybe.
it in a couple of times.
I think a few of the more monstrous hero types do pal around with the X-Men in some comics.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember how deep it goes, but
It depends on...
They have in Wreck-It Ralph, you know, how the villains go to the support group. Just because you're a bad guy does not mean you are a bad guy.
Yeah, it's like, well, we opened a school that's supposed to specifically help these people, but you're not a mutant. Get out.
Racist!
Racists. They only help mutants and not, people who are mutated. There's a
Anyway,
difference.
it's a AAA Spider-Man game, and it looks like a AAA Spider-Man game. The footage is of a AAA Spider-Man game. Like, if you can just, keep trotting out AAA Spider-Man games that let people Spider-Man around the city, people will be happy.
Yeah. The one thing you've got to get right in a Spider-Man game is the web swinging. If you get that right...
You need the reviewers to all go, it really makes you feel like Spider-Man.
Yes. So now they've got web swinging, and now they've got a few extra bits and pieces added onto it as well. So you can web swing better,
Or like Venom Swing, I guess.
or Venom swing, or Electro swing because Miles gets his electric powers, which he usually gets at some point or another.
You know what? If they want to go with the must-have black protagonist route, you know what game I would like to see? A Static Shock game.
Ooh, nice choice.
Fly around New York on a trash can lid.
He's the DC Miles Morales, but still. Yeah, as far
There
as
you go.
As far
If you
as
must
like,
have black protag, get Static Shock. He's actually cool.
Yeah, he is cool. Miles Morales.
No, we must not use black protagonists. We must turn the white ones black.
That's been their big thing, is like the pass the mantle. Miles has been around long enough though that his pass the mantle story has been told over and over again, and they've actually done it right.
Well, even if you say that though, to 99.9% of people, Spider-Man still means Peter Parker.
Yeah,
Like, Miles Morales is still other Spider-Man. He's not Spider-Man.
he is a Spider-Man, not the Spider-Man. Anyway, let's not get too bogged down. Next game is the meme. It is Pal World. It's Pokemon with guns.
No idea if this game is ever going to be any good. Like,
Well-
there's not really... It's so drowning in meme power that it's sort of hard to tell if there's a game in there.
Like, their other game
I-
was Craft World, and that was like, the Unreal Shop, the game.
That was it. Craft World or Craftopia?
Craft World. Craftopia is something different again.
Yes,
wait, hang on. Crap! There's so many games with craft in the name. No, it must be Craftopia.
I remember the when this game was first announced. I linked the trailer to everybody because nobody was talking about this.
Yeah.
And this looks so ridiculous.
I want to play this game just for the meme power.
It's just,
Honestly, though, like meme power's not enough to motivate me to get me to play a game anymore. Like, I don't have the time for that. I need the game to also be good.
Fair enough. Yeah, if it's at the right price, I will play it for the meme power.
Nothing is at the right price anymore. We're
Yeah.
in the era of superinflation.
We are.
yeah, and
$110 is the new normal.
just soon
110,
up,
I wish.
Yeah. I know, right?
130, you mean?
yeah, we're up to 75 here, 75, 80.
Yeah, got to get that greed in.
Just this shot from the first trailer of just the sheep with the machine guns almost sold the game to me by itself.
Yeah. The latest 2 trailers now have, I'm just going to call it a Gudra with a rocket launcher, just to add to that.
Yeah, he was in the first trailer too.
Yeah. I don't know what it actually is, but I'm just going to call it a Gudra because that's close enough. It looks like Gudra. Anyway, so yeah, that's the meme game. Gotta find our spot again. Black Desert Online, Land of the Morning Light. There's a big old patch on the Black Desert Online map that hasn't been used, and I assume that's with the expansion to fill it out. Beyond that,
I just don't care about Black Desert. It looks nice, but the mechanics are toxic. Like,
It is-
the progression mechanics are toxic.
it is the grind. It is all grind.
Yeah.
It is
No,
grind.
it's not. If it was just grind, I would not even consider that to be a problem. If it was just grind,
Oh, yeah.
The problem is it is not just grind. It is grind while being ganked.
It is also grind while being inefficient until you spend money. Because you've got to have
Yeah.
your 5 little pets, otherwise you're not grinding efficiently. So I've done my dash with Black Desert Online. I had some fun with it and had made some fun friends in there, but I'm done with that game. I've done it.
I sort of soft liked it, but I didn't love it.
It's
It
got
didn't
a
make
lot
me
of-
want to stay there.
Yeah, it's got a lot of flavour, and I really like the combat system in it. But,
It's got a good feel to it. I think it would feel a lot better if I was closer to the server, but
well, yeah. So that's that. Where was I? Got to find my spot again because I keep looking away and losing it. Lord of the
Darfs.
Rings. Yes, it's Darf's time. Lord of the Rings: Return to Moria. It's looks like a city builder with combat action. Or action
I
combat.
didn't get a good feel for what this game was.
It's
because-
hard
after
to
Gollum, I
tell.
don't trust anything with Lord of the Rings on it.
Yeah, yeah. If it's just
Yeah,
dwarfs doing dwarf things, then fine.
It's pretty hard to mess up craftable basic combat in today's day and age when all that's been done to death.
Yeah,
But you'd be surprised that
Dwarf
companies
man digging a hole.
you got a diggy
companies
diggy
have
hole.
found ways to surprise me in the past.
Yep, disappoint me in the past. Like there are games out there that are about dwarves digging holes. There's quite a lot of them. Take your pick, except for Dwarf Fortress because that's about dwarves dying in creative ways. It's well trodden ground. We'll just call it that.
Yep.
And this is just the same thing again, just with a Lord of the Rings flavor to it now.
And yeah, I feel like it's somehow immoral though to be turning Lord of the Rings, something as storied as Lord of the Rings, into this like 1,000 little fragments of IP.
Yeah, it feels a little
yeah.
disrespectful, don't it?
Lord of the Rings feels like it could have been, if it had just been left alone.
The
One of the big
second, the very second Christopher Tolkien died, bam!
Yeah.
like if we had just left it at the movies, it could have been a real cultural touchstone for generations to come. But every little thing they do with that IP that makes it just a little more franchisey.
Yeah, it dilutes the impact that those movies had. Now, the movies were not perfect, but they were some of the better renditions of a book as a movie that one could possibly hope for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was clear the people involved really wanted to do the book justice, at least as far as the
I mean,
people
they
talking about it.
were, they were lodged in their cultural milieu, so there are things that they were blind to that they were doing that weren't perhaps to the spirit of the original, but they were trying. They tried their best,
They got
and
about as close as you can expect.
yeah, as close as somebody who wasn't born in the early 1900s could get.
Now, keep in mind, we are only talking about the classic trilogy. We are not talking about the Hobbit movies.
No, the Hobbit movies were a disaster and not a good idea at all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One
and that's
would be fine.
where you can see the franchising of this mess kind of start. Like the Lord of the Rings being the movie trilogy and getting people into the older books really could have just set that. You could have left it there, and it could have turned into a cultural landmark for centuries to come. But no, you got to franchise the heck out of it because
Franchise everything these days.
there's dosh to be made, and
we've got
you
Gollum, and we've got the Wizards of the Coast Magic the Gathering card set, and we've got the Amazon TV series.
No.
yeah, and even the stuff that isn't as damaging, like the Shadow of Mordor stuff, like all that is still contributing to it, and I really wish Lord of the Rings just would have been left alone.
Yeah, but nothing.
Especially because modern high fantasy draws so much from the Lord of the Rings mythos for inspiration that
Actually,
it feels like it should remain a cornerstone.
That reminds me, actually, I did come across something during the week which is interesting, and that's coming back around to Wizards of the Coast, actually. And this is Paizo doing a new edition of Pathfinder 2e. And they are going through and actually scrubbing everything that could be even tangentially associated with D&D out of their system.
Definitely anticipating lawfare.
Yeah, they are. So, like, when things like they're cutting out the drow, and I think they're just calling them dark elves or something now, and going something like super generic. And I think they're even rejiggering how orcs work, just because that's what D&D did. So, yeah, I'm wondering if they know something that we don't.
Well, they've already managed to put their own flavor on a lot of things, so hopefully they're going to be able to get into the clear relatively easily. Like, I think that they've got one of the most interesting takes on, I think it was gnomes that I've ever seen.
Yeah, they do. I love their gnomes. But yeah, like Pathfinder 2e was like 90% of the way there, so they just really had to go through by scrubbing out the drow, because their drow were basically exactly the same as D&D drow, except changed a few names,
including like the Driders and stuff.
Yep, the spider motif, the whole bit. So I'm interested to see what they come up with, because when Paizo gets creative, they can come out with some really fun stuff.
Yeah, I think that probably it was the time to do it, because they've attracted so much interest due to the misdeeds of Wizards of the Coast that they've got people in the mood where they're willing to spend the money, whereas they were in sort of a niche position before where they could have done an edition change without the noise. If they'd done an edition change, then a lot of people just wouldn't have taken it up. There was no point. Why bother? We've got everything we need already. So this is probably the current circumstances, probably a necessary catalyst for them to attempt this. So here's hoping it's not just a cash grab.
Yep. All right. So yeah, that's that. I'm just flying around here trying to find yetis, and I can't find yetis.
This is Yeti.
I wish it was. Then I'd murder it and get a spell off it.
They're south of the Camp Dragonhead.
Oh, wrong yetis.
Then there's
northwest of the Falcon's Nest.
Okay, they're up over.
I think there's a couple on the north side of Camp Dragonhead, or is it the north or the west side? I forget.
Must be over here. Everything is northwest of Dragonhead.
I guess that's not technically true.
Anyway, back on topic, because we got lots of ground to cover still.
The next one we can skim through.
Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. It's a mobile game. It's set in the Final Fantasy VII.
Their mobile games are so predatory.
Yeah, they are really, really predatory. Like, even when, like, for Brave Exvius, and they still tell a very solid story, even though they didn't name their character, so the fan base just started calling him Wall. I'm not even making that up.
Yeah.
It's like, you've got this really great story, but it's behind this really, really aggressive gacha.
Yeah. When it comes to mobile games, we'll have to see how they do at launch. I'm not going to make any judgments on a game before it comes out, and if
I
its
don't-
gacha is particularly bad, it's not even worth the look.
So I don't judge anybody for playing Xvius because, you know, I play FGO despite the predatoriness of its gacha because I love the franchise, and I know there's a lot of people who love Final Fantasy
Yeah.
enough to brave a gacha for it. But that doesn't mean that in isolation it's good. You would never catch me claiming in isolation that FGO is good.
No. Alright, so that's just that.
Uh-huh.
It's I don't even know what sort of story they're trying to tell. It's got Sephiroth running around doing stuff.
Got the single most monetized entry in history of the Final Fantasy franchise, number 7, is being monetized again.
Again.
Like,
Again.
This is their Skyrim.
Yeah,
Yep.
they've reached the point when they started the remakes of, in case of emergency, break glass and remake Final Fantasy VII. Now Final Fantasy VII's the cat's out of the bag, and they're gonna use it to make cash everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, they can print money with it. Especially with the remake running so high, and we'll come back to that in a moment.
Next game is a non-entity, pretty much.
Ghosts of Eden banishes Ghosts of Eden. It's like a ghost hunter and his ghost friend doing a thing.
I didn't get a good feel for what this game was going for, and I don't care. It looks like generic third-person AAA action game.
Platformer thing, yeah.
I don't care. When it comes out, or we get more information, maybe. But we can. I have nothing to say on this one.
I'd honestly,
I
couldn't get
no gameplay loop was visible there. It was just, oh well, here's a bunch of random action scenes.
From what I could tell, it's basically a whatchamacallit, let's just call it a Uncharted clone.
It's another strong black female protagonist.
Well, except she's dead.
Well, yeah,
So not that
not
strong if you're
everybody
dead.
did either.
Biting my lip really hard.
Moving on before Ari does something. Like a Dragon, the man who erased his name. It's Kazuma Kiryu.
More importantly, it's showing that they're willing to go back to the old school Yakuza punchy punch.
I can't not. People love those characters.
Yeah.
They'll
Yeah,
never be able to leave them behind entirely because people love them and they will never stop crying out to bring them back.
The only thing that
Well, I
I
meant
think
to-
they've really got to leave behind is the Yakuza name because they've more or less outgrown that at the moment, which is why they are now
Well,
calling everything Like a Dragon.
well, in Japan, it's always been like a dragon.
Yeah.
It was only Yakuza in the West. But the big thing about this one is they're going back to action combat.
Yeah.
It's not turn-based like the current entries.
It looks like they've
Well, I'd
done-
sort of assumed that the turn-based one was sort of like that was associated with the new protagonist
that's,
rather than
yeah, that's
with
Yeah.
the franchise.
Yeah, so
Like,
it looks
because
like-
because of him being cray cray, that's just how he sees the world. That's how I interpreted it.
the dude
Well, he's-
plays too much Dragon Quest is the problem.
he's a delusional man-child that got arrested young and got out of prison and didn't have time to grow up in the real world and become an adult. So he sees things through the lens of, somebody as young as he was when he got arrested.
Yeah. Everything is Joe video games.
Then there's but I am glad they're willing to go back to the action style of game and bring Kazuma back to the front because he makes appearances in Like a Dragon.
And more important, it gives the opportunity for Majima to come back.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, Majima's already back.
You can't. Majima's in his 40s I think approaching his 50s at this point, and he's still got it, and he's never gonna not have it.
He's never going to not have it.
He's always there. You might not be able to see him, but he's always there, possibly below street level.
I mean, he's already proved he doesn't age. He probably just doesn't die at this point.
He's that traffic cone wobbling on the street, non-zero chance it's Majima.
Yeah, yeah. Of a random YouTube video where someone was playing around with Mii's and one of them just turned out to be Majima. Majima is everywhere.
That was the best mechanic they could have possibly included in the remake. It's just Majima can be anywhere.
And
just walk
is
around town.
everywhere.
Yeah, you just walk around town and you hear a faint Kiri-chan.
Yeah. Like
Well-
the waitress at the coffee shop, probably Majima.
Well, if it was just a waitress, that would be one thing. No, he's a hostess at a hostess club.
Oh yeah, he's the hostess. Oh, it was a great mechanic. So it's good to see them continuing that on.
That whole cutscene, by the way, is amazing because he goes over his whole history as somebody that used to run a cabaret club
Yes.
that was incredibly successful.
So yeah, I'm glad. I'm really happy to see that come back and continue being a thing. And for some reason, it looks like Kiryu's got telekinesis now or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got he can just pull things to him now. I don't care. It's Yakuza. It's always been ridiculous.
It's completely nonsense, and it's great, and I love it.
Kiryu already has the most amazing superpower in the world, in that he can kick people off of a 50th-story window and send them plummeting to the ground, and it's K. They didn't
Non-lethally.
die. Yeah.
Non-lethal 50-foot plummet off of a building.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
They're K.
Yeah, it somehow manages to get away without killing anybody, despite, throwing them out windows into a very lethal terminal velocity drop.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's Yakuza.
This is another example of what I was talking about several weeks ago. Of I'm excited for it because the franchise has already proven itself to me. I already like the franchise. I'm nothing about the trailer jumped out as super special for this particular Yakuza. I just like the action combat Yakuza games.
Yeah. And this looks like it's just like the next step up from Yakuza 0.
And I'm just going to play it because I already trust the franchise. So, once again, the only games I'm excited for are franchises I'm already invested in.
And ones that haven't ruined it for you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is sort of like a really toxic catch-22. Like, none of the new stuff on offer is interesting, so we go back to the old stuff we're familiar with, and that just encourages them to rehash more old stuff.
Yeah, it's but unless somebody takes the risk and ventures out and actually makes something good that's new and hits the jackpot on it, we're going to be stuck in this loop. But right now we're in a very, very risk-averse setting with the video games industry, especially with the way inflation's going to go, and if the inevitable losing of the petrodollar happens, all of a sudden you're not going to see very many Western games anymore.
And the market wouldn't support them either, because the games are going to become a you can afford to buy one per season type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're heading for a crash if that happens, I think.
Yeah, like when games hit the sort of the $150 mark, you're going to be seeing people like, well, what are the 3 games I'm going to buy during the year?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be an everybody hobby anymore.
Yep. All right. Next, Under the Waves, a art
Like
house.
watching paint dry.
It's like a guy who lives at the bottom of the ocean. Stuff is happening.
So this is an
If
example.
stuff was happening, it would be more interesting. But no, stuff is not happening.
Stuff is not
You're
happening.
just wandering around
He's
under the water.
pressing a couple of buttons.
Well,
I
I'm sorry.
can-
Any game that has to bill itself as an experience rather than a game, and looks like it's going to be one of those, I just don't care about. I want to play something.
Yeah, this does not seem to be nearly engaging enough for me. I think there are people that this type of game can be made for, and maybe it can fill in their fall in their wheelhouse and they'll have fun with it. But I don't. This is just too uninteractive for me.
Yeah, it just looks dull. If I wanted to play an underwater game, I'll go play Subnautica. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just it makes me feel like I'm some sort of stimulus junkie to complain about it, but it just looks dull. Like they didn't
does.
show anything that was a hook. Like I do know people who would be totally into just sort of, oh, here is an environment, just to explore it and poke in all the corners, and they could just do that happily for hours.
I could do that for
But-
a little bit.
But that doesn't look like anything is happening here.
No. Yeah. When you're putting together a trailer for a show like this, you got to include the hook. And we've seen
Yeah,
a lot of games that have not included a hook. And what sets your game out from everyone else, and honestly, this one doesn't show anything. It just
Yeah.
kind of, it's like, yeah, okay, he's at the bottom of the ocean.
It's
Yeah.
not even visually beautiful. Like, it's visually bland as well.
If it
Yeah.
was like diving around at the bottom of the ocean and he's in a reef which is just incredible to look at, there's your hook. That's a hook.
But it doesn't. It looks like the character models and the wetsuits and everything just looks mid-tier. I guess
Yeah,
mid is what the Zoomers call it.
It's like they have a particular aesthetic that they know is going to land with a certain class of hipster snobs.
Yeah.
That sort of very, very flattened look that is almost deliberately avoiding looking interesting because only plebeians would be attracted by bright lights and sparkling things.
Yeah.
It looks like very boring rubber.
And just looking at their aesthetic and the mood they were trying to set with the trailer, this is going to be a sad story that's going to have a bad ending.
So don't design your characters like they belong in TF2 then.
Alrighty.
Where were we? This the wave. Coward Duty. Let's not talk about Coward Duty,
Let's
shall
just
we?
skip it. Let's skip it. There's not going to be anything new other than the next chapter of their games as a service thing to squeeze money out of their pay pigs.
Aside from their current PR dumpster fire.
All right.
That was in a state of PR dumpster fire.
Yes, they are.
Because we picked incorrectly in the character creation and picked the wrong chromosomes, I don't think the next game is going to be in our wheelhouse.
Yeah, Fae Farm has been out on the Switch for a while. It's Harvest Moon, but everyone's fairies. They just call it a comf game, and comf is right. It's one of those sorts of games. I'm surprised, honestly, because it still
Women,
exists.
homosexuals, and furries.
Not so much. Well, okay, yes, but more that the people who make Harvest Moon are notoriously litigious. And anytime someone's gotten even close to Harvest Moon, they've tried to come down on them with like a sack of hammers.
What about that one on Steam that was really popular?
Harvest Moon, not Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I think they tried it and they got shut down. They tried it very recently, actually, with Roots of Pacha, which is like Caveman Harvest Moon. And yeah, that one, they lost that as well.
Is there an actual name for this
They even
subgenre?
won one,
They just call it the Comf game at this point, the comfy game.
which is
Yeah.
a turn of colloquialism that I think is incredibly cringe and childish.
Oh my, yes.
We got Farming Sim, Life Sim, and that's it.
Yeah, it's kind of a mix between them. And do
That's-
things with your hands while your brain is on holiday sim.
I mean, this looks like it has a token amount of fighting in it.
A little bit. So it's
Most of them do, but yeah. But it's
Yeah, this looks unspeakably twee.
Yes,
So
it is. It is. All right. Marvel Snap. I don't care. I'm skipping that one.
it's
Okay,
ridiculously popular.
yeah.
I don't even understand why. Apparently, it's just really easy to pick up.
And more to the point, the important thing here is how cringy Ben Brode is nowadays whenever he gets on screen.
I mean, he wasn't before.
I don't know who he is.
Is every time I see this dude at a presser or when he's announcing something, he is just the cringiest dude on stage with the most awkward pauses. Even the laugh track and the please clap and cheer here couldn't keep up with him.
I thought he was doing a bit.
Nope.
Like I didn't realize that was how he actually was, and it's only just starting to dawn on me now that you're saying this. I thought he was doing a bit and pretending to be that person.
No, he's just that awkward. Because he's like this in every single one that I've seen him in.
Has nobody told him?
I don't think so. I think at this point they just send Ben out there. At least it's what people expect.
I thought he was doing a bit. I thought it was entirely facetious.
I think he was trying to do a bit, and it didn't work at all, and it turned into the cringe monstrosity we saw.
I thought that was the point. I thought he was like deliberately being cringe for lulz.
No, I think he was trying to genuinely be funny and didn't realize how cringy he was until nobody said anything or the laugh track didn't tell people to applaud.
Yes, indeed. Alright, so yeah, for some reason, Marvel Snap is very, very popular. I just don't care. Here's another one I don't care about. King Arthur Legends Rise. It is, it's Arthurian gacha. It looks like Raid Shadow Legends.
I have an Arthurian gacha, and in it, Arthur is a woman.
Yes. Yes.
With
Also, the
Pick
Greek
your-
gods are Lovecraftian nightmares, and one of them is a teddy bear.
No, the Greek gods are a mecha.
Oh, wait, yeah, that's right. Yeah, which one was the Lovecraftian ones? Egyptian?
Lovecraftian.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know.
The outer gods are just there by
just
name.
there.
They all exist just outside the bounds of the world.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Fate Universe doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
yeah.
It's so complicated.
It's like they well the thing is that they've interpreted Lovecraft mythos through Japanese cultural sensibilities. So Amiko has to act as the host for a god from outside the world to act. So they all have a representative that they've chosen from amongst the heroic spirits in the throne to be their representatives.
Right.
They picked a lady that will sell gacha real good.
Yes. Because she has the booba.
Well,
I mean,
no, actually, most of them don't.
There's well, I mean, some of them do.
Some of them do.
I mean, BB does,
Like
but the other ones don't.
Nyarlathotep uses BB. Cthulhu uses whatchamacallit, that concubine.
I thought she was more of a thigh haver than a chest haver.
She is mostly a thigh haver, but is not lacking in the chest either. There is definitely chest there. Not BB, but that's sort of not a fair comparison.
But I was thinking mostly like you got Van Gogh and
there's Shubna Garath.
and Abigail.
Shubna Garath and the gender twisted Jacques Desmoulins.
Oh dear. Alright, where were we? Right, Arthur Legends Rise, Raid Shadow Legends clone. That's all that I could get from that trailer.
Yeah. I don't remember anything in what this thing calls trailers, and more trailers.
Yeah. And some of them just blur together.
So a bunch of these had their audio cut off as well for me.
Yep.
I cannot. Let's just move on from that because we can't really mine anything out of that. They're all expansion packs.
Wayfinder.
I could not possibly care any less about most of the stuff,
Yeah.
especially the TV adaptation of Twisted Metal.
Wait, what? I missed that.
You missed it?
I missed that entirely.
They did a huge section on it, on the TV series version of Twisted Metal. This is the most cringe crap I've ever seen.
That must have been the bit I completely zoned out on.
Deeply
only-
awful.
I mean, I remember playing Twisted Metal at some friends' houses, but there's no part of that makes me want to watch a TV series.
I've never thought for 5 seconds about the background lore of Twisted Metal. You drive around, you blow each other up. That's the whole point.
Yeah, the background lore is Calypso is a jerk and likes to make people blow up and then screw them. That's it. He monkey paws their wish, and that's it. That's the plot of Twisted Metal.
Yep. Next up, after Twisted Metal, is the game I'm pinging for what's going to be the Woke Darlings game. This Lisfanga game.
It looks so like specifically targeted at such a specific audience. And of course, you play as an empowered black woman.
It looks kind of like they're going for a Hades clone with time loop mechanics.
Well, I mean, they're going with isometric style, but that doesn't mean much by itself.
No, not by itself.
Whenever you demonstrate times altering mechanics in a trailer, that doesn't translate into how it works in gameplay.
Yeah,
very well.
Never does. Never accurate depiction.
Yeah, this also looks like a roguelike, so it's like the time loops going to be always there, or are they going to
I
be
don't
something you
know.
create, or what?
I don't know if it's a roguelike. I can't tell. Did they say it was a roguelike? Because it didn't look like a roguelike. to
Yeah,
me.
they just said action RPG. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's not a roguelike because they never would have left out a buzzword if it was a roguelike.
true that. I kind of picked up roguelike vibes from what the characters were actually saying, but
And
it could
the,
not be.
But the
Yeah.
level layouts don't look like roguelike levels.
Yeah, they look constructed
Yeah,
with proper paths to go through. And furthermore, this looks like just generic third person, or not third person, or well, yes, third person, but isometric action game combat.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, there is no reason that it could not be good, but it might be good in a generic way that nobody cares about.
It looks like one of those games you might consider picking up on sale because we
Yeah, like,
already have this
maybe
game
at
a million
the-
times.
The $10 or $15 level, it might become a hit.
yeah.
Yeah, this one's like max price is $20 that I would pay for it.
Yeah, I would not pay a full price for this one. It's definitely not. Right. Immortals of Avium. The wizard.
Another guy. Yeah, you don't have to play as a strong empowered black woman now. They just have several strong empowered black women who are the major characters who boss you around. So, honestly, I can tell that they were going for something which was like. I can sort of see what they were going for in terms of, oh, well, they want it to be like sort of really action packed but magic type sort of thing. So they want like Doom except with magic instead of guns. But everything about it looked very.
Clunky, slow.
It did not have the liquid action that Doom has, and it looked like they were trying very hard to nail an aesthetic they weren't too sure about.
Yeah, so everything just comes across as a little bit disorganized.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
it did not look like smooth gameplay to me. It looked like a series of animations that had been chained onto each other.
Yeah,
Without
and
anything really to smooth the gaps between them.
this is a curated trailer as well, and like when he's using the rapid fire green gun, for instance, it just you don't feel the impact of those bullets.
Yeah, that's the reason why the magic thing very rarely works very well, because you basically you need to have done a master class in how to execute these types of effects to make them satisfying. Like the rapid fire magic thing is just basically bullets with no impact.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
the reason guns are successful because people have a sense for what that boom means.
Yes.
On at
Yeah.
least some level, and
And-
magic doesn't provide that. You've got to do it a different way.
and guns have a certain kinetic energy to them with a physical projectile that you can translate very easily into a visual display. With magic, if you're just having green wishy wish splashes and you're going with the magical energy stuff that doesn't have any kind of raw impactful force that feels like a solid object hitting something, you're working an uphill battle to make that feel as good.
Yeah, it's not the same thing, and I think that they're under the impression that it is what it looks like. Like if you look at what a chain of casts looks like in say Final Fantasy XIV, you can tell that they obtain their gravity in a totally different way. Like the sort of the massive scale of very heavy singular effects that you get on like black mage spells, for instance. Like you can see how they have weighted the spells differently to what they have in say your standard combos for a machinist. Like the black mage has no standard combos for a reason, because it would mean that you were casting a bunch of really gutless looking spells, and that's not really what spellcasting is about in fantasy.
And Final
Don't let
Fantasy
me be
has an advantage in that it's a hotkey MMO, and it does something that annoys me in gameplay, but I like in terms of aesthetics, and that it can delay the damage being applied on your client side to make that impact feel heavier. That you see this in moves like Primal Rend. But
Primal Rend, the primary way to emulate being a dragoon while playing as a warrior.
Yes.
yeah, like you push the button, you see the animation go off, you see the hit connect, and even if your connection's really good, the client is going to delay the damage by a little bit to really sell the impact of the hit.
And then you die because you animation locked yourself in an AoE.
Yeah, and
Yes.
this is why I say it annoys me in gameplay, but it does accomplish the goal of adding weight to the spell or the ability.
All right. So that's that. Like it's they've put this what is it? Eveum, Immortals of Eveum up as one of their headliners because they popped up at all of the trailers again. But yeah, once you take away the magic aspect, it looks fairly generic shooter.
Yeah, it just doesn't have any real gravity to it, and they didn't sell the story. They didn't sell the characters. Like it was just not pitched very well.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I've said much to Sereth's chagrin, I've said many times on the show that I liked Heretic a lot, and that was because they were able to restore some gravity to magic, like by making the magic more magical. Like nobody likes using the weapons in Heretic in their base form, but Heretic had a mechanic called the Tome of Power, which were basically power-ups that you could stock in an inventory, which was something that was really novel for Doom clones at the time. In Doom, you don't have an inventory; you just have ammo counts and keys.
Mhm.
But in Heretic, you have inventory and you collect items that have various effects, so you can carry medkits around with you, and you can carry these Tomes of Power. And the Tome of Power dramatically modified what your spells did, and allowed you to do very satisfying things with what was otherwise just sort of like generic magic spell, which goes pew. So if you used, say, the Dragon's Claw was the chain gun replacement from Doom. Like mechanically, the damage and pace, and it was a hit scan weapon, were similar to the chain gun from Doom, and it was on the same key. It was on 4, but and it worked the same, more or less. You pointed a target and go pew pew pew, except it was less satisfying because there's something intrinsically satisfying about the chain gun, but nobody knows what a Dragon's Claw is. So what happened when you use the Tome of Power, on the other hand, is that every shot would ricochet off in 4 different directions at once upon impact. So you would start firing this thing into a room, and it would just cause the room to explode in magical shrapnel. It was incredibly satisfying because you would just hold down the trigger and the entire room would just get shredded with flying magical debris. Similarly, you had the plasma gun replacement, the Hellstaff, I think it was called, which just shot like red balls basically. So it was the plasma gun except with the red balls. The thing is, when you use the Tome of Power, what it did was it would fire a big explosive red ball, and then wherever the impact happened, red fire would start falling from the sky above that spot. And so you could set it off in multiple places at once and just have a room that had just torrents of red fire falling from the sky on top of it. So it turned what were, very mundane, unsatisfying magic weapons into really sort of dramatic and sort of situation changer type weapons.
Mm.
Because now you could set traps that you could lure things into by starting the fire, because in Doom, enemy AI was not intelligent, so you could just set up walls of fire and have monsters parade through them. You could annihilate a room of small enemies simply by blind firing weapons into the room to avoid having to engage directly and getting surrounded. Like there are lots of things that you could do that made the weapon seem magical, and this game seems to be doing the opposite, where you just have the base version and they're basically laser gun in green, laser gun in red, and laser gun in blue.
Yeah. It looked like they almost hit it with some of them, but they just missed it by a hair. They didn't give it the hits, the kinetic force they needed, and they didn't do a good job selling the damage the firearms do. And the protagonist looks like a Zoomer Jace Bellerin.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the plot
not-
is like generic revenge plot number 3. So
Yeah, like I think that when you're going to do spellcasting, you have to go big or go home. Like lots of little spells will never impress anybody.
Yeah,
Like
or use-
there's a reason why in Fate Stay Night, Ganda is sort of like the entry level. It's to basically to draw the demarcation point between the type of mysteries that can be invoked by a human and the type of mysteries that get invoked by a heroic spirit. It's like, look how petty this is, but this is all that the human can do. When in Prisma Ilia, when they've got time, the Margos characters have time to set up spells. then you have a lot of flailing about while they set the spell up, and everybody's running around the room basically trying to create distractions while the Magus has set up spells, and then you get like these enormous giant magical railguns firing off.
Yeah.
But it's got, 10 minutes to set up first.
It's got a really long cast time.
Yeah. The only time you can really get away with the little spells is if you're building to a big spell. You got to have that payoff.
Yeah.
But then the little ones become annoying. They
Yes.
become work.
They become work.
Yeah, I like magic in these type of first-person games as a secondary support element, and would prefer like something heavy in my main hand, something that has a bit of force.
Yeah, in Bioshock Infinite, I never used any of the spells at all. Like, just didn't use them.
That's because the stupid claw hook was better than any gunner spell in the game.
Yes.
The thing is that they tried to have you use spells as a support weapon, and they're just completely unnecessary because if you're a good shot, you don't need it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's. Oh wow, we have banged on this one for a while. Last game on the Jeff Keighley show, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's the next bit.
Yeah, well, you say that, but so the part of my week that I didn't talk about because we skipped weeks. One of the things was I had a couple of normal evenings this week where I was able to come home and have like an hour or two in the evening to myself before passing out cold from exhaustion. And what I did was I fired up the Final Fantasy remake to see what it was like. And so I've tooled around in that for a couple of hours, not a huge amount of time. It is visually very, very impressive. Like, the presentation is really, really great. I like what they've done in... Translating is not an adequate word to describe what they've done, because there are some things that can't be translated from the original, and there are a lot of things. In fact, nearly nothing can actually be translated directly from the original to this new update. The update is gorgeous, but you can see that they have had to take an approach of building up again from the concept, not directly just upscaling the everything.
Yep.
So Midgard looks different. The slums look different. A lot of things look different. They look different, and you can see the same heritage, and you can see the same inspiration, and you can see the same design philosophy and intent there, but the nuance has changed in a lot of ways. It's just the nuance most of the time. It's honestly, it feels a lot more like they've seasoned Final Fantasy VII with Final Fantasy VIII in a lot of ways. The slightly, like, it's still got the sort of the sort of weird grungy diesel punk type of aesthetic with Mako substituting for fossil fuels, because the whole thing was like a fossil fuel allegory back in the day. But there's a certain amount of like cleanup has been done to the higher society places in Midgard to make them look a little bit more civilized. Like, they've very clearly communicated an actual sort of modern 21st century level of technology that is running down because Shinra doesn't really care anymore because they've got bigger plans. So you are having communicated to you the same intent, but with a little bit more resolution and precision. And the same thing is true of the characters. Like, the nuance of the characters has changed a lot of bit. Like, I had forgotten until I played this just how much of a belly-end Barrett is.
Oh yeah.
But he's less of a belly-end in this rendition, because they know the outside. If they had tried to translate his behavior in the original cartoony, super deformed aesthetic to this one, he would have just come across like a complete monster, as opposed to just sort of like a slightly thuggish but well-intentioned buffoon who has, basically his interpretation of a character is very nuanced now, and he does manage to pull off the father to his men thing way better than he did in the original, because in the original he was just kind of abusive to everybody.
It was kind
because
of
he had issues. Yeah. But now he does do the father to his men thing a lot better. But in addition, like, there's a lot of things that can't be translated because now everybody has a definitive voice. And I can't stand English voice casting generally. I'm sick of hearing the same voices over and over again. The main reason I use the English voice track in Final Fantasy XIV is because they don't use any of the normal suspects, as far as I'm aware. They draw entirely from like British theatrical performers
Yes.
for their voice casting.
I think I've ID'd like 2.
But I'm pretty sure that Final Fantasy VII uses the classic mob, and I just can't stand the thought. So I use the Japanese voice tracks. But the nuance is very different. Like, Barrett's character is actually like way more credible and intriguing, and just due to the delivery, because he sounds like a cult leader. Like this sort of like slightly unhinged zeal that he delivers his speeches about the planet with, coupled with the sort of very familial atmosphere that he builds with his fellow terrorists, is like way more convincing than his character in the original. But it's a slightly different nuance, because the character in the original that he played was literally and figuratively a cartoon character.
Yes.
And so there was different behavior you could get away with, but now we've got a really high resolution. He's got to have a real character to fit the high resolution, and so they've got this sort of slightly unhinged cultist. Like he sounds like he's a religious zealot when he's preaching about the planet.
Damn.
It's quite the delivery is quite impressive in the Japanese. And so there's a lot of things like that where the nuance is shifted slightly. I think the nuance has shifted a little bit in the wrong direction in a couple of places, like the absolutely relentless flirting that is carried out by Jessie is a bit much. And there's way more consistent and unrelenting ship tease between Tifa and Cloud as well.
Yeah.
Like it's not quite as direct as Jessie is like actively openly flirting with Cloud all the time, but with Tifa it's just that she comes off looking a little bit like a dewy-eyed maiden a little bit too much of the time,
which is really
like,
not Tifa.
No, it is Tifa. The Tifa's character has always been like that. There's always been a bit of a bait and switch, because it's supposed to look like, in Final Fantasy VII, it's supposed to look like Tifa's the tomboy and Eris is the girly girl, when the reverse is true.
Yeah.
Eris is the hyper practical, tomboyish character, and Tifa is, extremely feminine, but just happens to have to get her knuckles dirty in order to survive. But they've exaggerated that pretty significantly in the remake. So they also drop a lot of hints in the remake that things are not all as they seem. Like, this is not the same story again.
Yeah.
The same story beats happen, but there's a lot of nuance has been shifted in such a way as to indicate that things are not quite the same as they were the last time. Not least that Cloud's freakouts are a lot more visual, a lot more graphic.
That's interesting.
Like, you encounter Sephiroth a lot in the first couple hours of the game, because Cloud is sort of like openly delusional and trying to hide it from everybody.
I suppose now that the game, like, everyone knows the story of 7 at this point, so it's not a big spoiler to say that Cloud's head is all sorts of scrambled.
Like, his head is basically echoing with the word reunion constantly, type of thing.
Yeah. So why not lean on that?
He's got issues. He's got issues, and he sees Sephiroth in everything. Like, he's basically a whack job at this point, and he's barely holding it together, and he's in denial about his insanity.
That's
like they are playing that like way more out in the open than they did originally, where occasionally he would have headaches.
Yeah.
And so they're playing things from a very, very different angle in that respect. Like Jessie, the reason Jessie flirts with him so much is because Jessie's an actual character in this one. She's not a bit person who just happens to be fleshing out Barrett's crew. She's a major character who has like an entire chapter devoted to her. And yeah, so they're playing things quite a bit differently. Like they're way more explicit about Shinra's interaction with the first Mako reactor bombing, because the camera cutaway shows you the effect of the bomb that they plant in the first Mako reactor in the first scene. Like everybody remembers the reactor bombing scene from Final Fantasy VII.
Yep.
In this one, they show you that the bomb goes off successfully, it damages the Mako reactor, and it shuts the reactor down. Successful terrorist attack confirmed. And then they show you very explicitly President Shinra commanding them to send in robots to cause the reactor to explode.
Ooh,
And
that's an interesting twist.
then you see the reactor showering debris down on the district, killing people left and right, and you see the team from Avalanche emerging from their first successful act of terrorism and realizing what they think that they've done.
That's a nice spin.
And having to cope with that because they are being very rigorously false flagged by Shinra, but they don't know that. Barrett's in denial. Biggs and Wedge are just like, oh well, I guess this is the way how it had to be, right? And they're sort of like sweaty palms about it. And Jessie is sort of like internally breaking down because she was the one that built the bomb and she thinks she did it wrong, and that's why it caused heaps of innocent people to die. I haven't encountered it yet, but I've read elsewhere that since she's got a character in this one, she was actually very religious and believes that you go back to the life stream when you die, but if you're an evil person and you cause too many lives to be lost, then you don't get to. And she thinks now that she's in that position, that she's basically condemned to hell because she made a bomb wrong.
Huh. Interesting.
So yeah, they've added a lot of nuance to it, and they sprinkle in things here and there, like things that Cloud says about the past that are inconsistent with other people's memories of the past and that sort of thing, to show that, oh well, things are not quite right here. The story is playing out along the same path, but different things are happening, different people have different impressions of different events and so on and so forth, and Cloud is clearly unstable. But the trailer that they show for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, carrying on from the remake such has been made so far, basically shows that they're going to push the story well off the rails.
Yeah, some of the same beats still look like they still happen. Like, you still go to Cosmo Canyon and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, Cosmo Canyon is still a place, and it's a major locale and sort of a holy land to a lot of people who live in that world.
It's basically Red's entire backstory as well.
So yeah, that's still going to be there.
Yeah.
But what is actually going to happen? Like,
that's the question.
Because my understanding is that they throw down with Sephiroth at the end of the remake, the first chapter of the remake.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what happens after that? It's not really clear. And then they throw in the trailer throws in a lot of like interesting little questions, like Sephiroth telling Cloud, "Well, you saw me kill Tifa, so who is that that's standing with you?"
Yeah,
type of thing. Like lots of things to call into doubt the things that the characters and you think you know about the story.
Yeah, not least of which, spoilers again, I suppose, is Aerith is alive. She's not supposed to be.
Well, I don't think that they get out of Midgard in the first game. Like, I think the entire story takes place in Midgard, so they aren't necessarily there yet at the point where Aerith would lose her life.
Yeah, so we'll see.
I keep calling her Aerith because that's the only version of the game I ever played, and I think Aerith just makes me sound like I've got a lisp.
It does a bit, doesn't it? So there's also always the possibility, because they showed her in a few scenes in the trailer, but in a lot of them she was just standing around. So they could have just put her in there for the trailer. She might still be dead.
I mean, it could still happen. She could die, but maybe not, because this doesn't appear to be the same world. Things play out differently.
Yeah, no one could die. Somebody else entirely could die. We don't know yet.
The remake also added. I don't think he was in the original. I think he's a new character, Roche. He's a soldier third class, and he's just completely mad.
I think he was just a bit character. Like, he showed up maybe once or twice. That was it.
He's like completely in love with his motorcycle, and you have one of those motorcycle sections Final Fantasy is notorious for because most people hate them,
Yes.
and where you've got to deal with him on motorcycle back, and he just basically flirts outrageously with Cloud the entire time. Like he's just an adrenaline junkie, and that's all he cares about. And like, it's basically he's like if Xenos from FF14 was entirely too enthusiastic about Warrior of Light and motorcycles
Oh dear.
instead of just Warrior of Light.
Instead of murder.
Like he's just like absolutely off the wall ridiculous. So they've added some extra characters in as well to sort of spice things up a bit. But he is a troubling one. He is a very troubling one. I was a little bit alarmed during the entirety of that fight. I do not have anything nice to say, certainly not as of yet, about the mechanics of combat in the remake. They feel incredibly jank to me, and I think that anybody who actually was really into action games would probably tear their hair out.
I'll let you know when I eventually get around to it.
Because, like, I think that there's an internal logic to it, and I think that there's a consistency to it. However, it all seems to be below the surface. And I don't quite understand how to operate the thing yet. Because action games all have depending on their heritage, there's always like an action game has a certain amount of, this is how many hits you are supposed to take type of thing. Like in a JRPG, you're supposed to take hits, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't avoid them unless you've, got a million delay quartz on your characters or whatever. But
Enemies get turns? What's this?
But normally in a JRPG, you take hits, and absorbing a certain amount of damage is just what you do. In, like, Devil May Cry, ideally you take no hits, ever, from anything. That's just how it is.
And Bayonetta, if you get hit once, you actually fail the pure platinum for any combat encounter.
Yes.
But in this game, I don't know what the expected level of damage you take is, because it seems like a lot of things are just sort of unreasonably hard to dodge. Like, you're fighting multiple enemies, and one of them appears to have a sort of like a hit scan or close to it ranged weapon, and they'll just open fire with you, something that does single digit damage to you or whatever a few times. Like, is that just sort of attrition damage you're meant to take in combat, or is there actually a way to avoid that? I don't know.
Yeah,
there's a lot of things about the mechanics aren't really that clear to me yet. I don't really know what's going on. I die a lot. Because you can only control one character at a time, and the AI is not the cleverest. Like the famous first boss battle in Final Fantasy VII, where you fight the scorpion robot thing with the tail laser. I switched over to Barret to do something, and Cloud just sort of stood in front of the tail laser and died. Just look, thanks, Cloud. I've run out of Phoenix Downs now. I hope you're proud of yourself. Yeah. So yeah, I'm having fun.
Anymore.
I'm having fun with it. I like it. The presentation is good. But I think that I would have enjoyed it more if it was a standard JRPG turn-based combat rather than an action game or a pseudo-action game. I'm not really sure why they keep doing that. I don't feel like action game is like a natural evolution from JRPG turn-based combat, but it seems like the impression is that when your technology level goes up, you have to move to action, and I don't believe that's true personally.
Oh, action games are really hard to do really well. There's a reason there just aren't. There's a ton of action games out there, but there's only a few we actually talk about. Most people have played a bunch of them, but there's a reason we stick to the Devil May Cries, etc. It's because those are really good, and they did it really well, but hitting that level of action combat is really, really hard.
I don't necessarily even want that level of action combat, though. I just want a turn-based for this. Or action combat of the level of complexity that you might find in a much simpler game might be fine. Like, I think that Nier's action combat's fine. It's serviceable. Not Drakengard, please.
No, not
please.
Drakengard.
Well, it's built on Platinum's action foundations for that one. So
yeah, but it's with a lot of the knobs worn off. Like, you don't need to have platinum level skills. And I hear that it's like Revengeance is sort of similar. Like, the level of mastery required to, charge through doing reasonably well is not that high compared to, say, Bayonetta.
Yeah, the only thing with Revengeance is the stupid parry mechanic.
Well, even the
But,
parry mechanic is probably not Sekiro parry mechanic.
no, it's harder in input and easier in execution. If that makes any sense. But yeah, it's I don't know why they keep going the action game route for RPGs. It's a totally different. You're going sideways if you jump from JRPG to action game. You're
Yeah, it's
not.
basically what I'm concerned about for Final Fantasy 16, to be honest. Like, because Final Fantasy 15 was such a mess action-wise.
Mm-hmm.
Everything wise.
Oh yeah, 15 was special in how bad they cocked it up.
The what I'm concerned about is that they appear to just have a monomania for making it action because that
Yeah.
nobody seems to be paying attention to the fact that Persona 5 did just fine without any action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's you're gonna have to. I don't know. Companies seem to be more hesitant to make traditional JRPGs for whatever reason. They seem to believe the market doesn't want them, even though there's evidence to the contrary.
Anyway, let's mush on.
Alright, well, it's actually time for a break because we've just reached the end of the Jeff Keighley show.
Okay, well, that's good because my bladder wants a break too.
Yep.
And I'm stuck
Alright.
in a fate at the moment, so I need to run away.
All right, folks. Once Fern escapes his fate, we will.
Oh no!
Just,
Why you say it that way?
He will put on some music, and we will be right back.
Alright.
And we're back.
Ah, we're back.
So the Jeff Keighley show was not as cringe as it could have been, but still nothing in there that's really we're excited about.
Thankfully-
Realistically, I think the thing that people will take away the most from it was probably Nicolas Cage.
Probably Nicolas
Yeah.
Cage. Yeah.
Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, poor Nick Cage. He was trying so hard.
Yeah. Like, there's
Yeah,
a few...
I'm not going to believe him when he says gaming is a very cool club.
Yeah,
It's not by
That
design.
sounds like lies to me. We've never
I-
been the cool club.
he
the
made me
point.
very uncomfortable with how much he wants to fuse with me.
Yeah.
Well, you know how much booze they put in those green rooms.
Those green rooms are empty of booze now. I wonder if there's a connection.
Well, at least they kept the weed out of it, so we didn't have a bunch of Steam Decks being given away.
Ah. So yeah, like there's a couple of games in there that could be interesting, but I don't want to get excited about anything until it comes out.
Yeah, I can't latch onto anything there.
Right, let's move on.
All right, next up is Sony, who did theirs like a week before everybody else.
Yeah, and they're
Well, they did their thing that they're now accustomed to do, and they were in no small part the trendsetter for, which is to just barrage you with trailers.
Yeah. And I'm not
Yeah.
going to argue with that because the more trailers they're showing us, the less corporate piffle they're blathering on about.
Yeah, nobody liked TV spurts.
Nobody
I'm
likes
sorry.
TV spurts.
Nobody wants to hear you tell them about the new revolution in entertainment that the product represents. They actually want to be entertained.
Yes. Show us why. Don't tell us, show us why we should care about your game.
yeah.
Though hats off, I suppose, to how Microsoft did it this year. They had their show us beach over the head with a bunch of trailers thing, which is what we're going to cover, and then they had the secondary one, which you could just go look up the timestamp of the trailer you're interested in, and they will tell you a bit more about it.
Yeah, if you want the corporate guff, you can find it.
Yeah, it's
But
there.
if you just want to know what's coming out, you can watch that.
Yeah.
Which
So-
I mean, I think that sort of a la carte operation is quite convenient.
Yeah, I think that's what we should do more of. That's a really good idea. So we start at the top with a game called Fair Games. It's
Which is the most cringe Zoomer bullcrap I've ever seen.
oh,
and
it's an
it's like
Rich
it looks like a
style-
bad Zoomer version of Payday.
It does. It is a heist game, and nobody dies, from what I can tell. But everything is just why
It's
The-
about heisters heisting heisters.
heist is heisting
And-
heisters. Yes,
I did not see anything that screamed gameplay to me.
I
Yeah.
saw a lot of cutscene.
I heard a lot of terrible rap music. Saw a lot of flashy
It's
colors.
it's like the primary character in the trailer is black. All of the music is black, and they're stealing things. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say here?
Yeah, and then you got so many flashy, bright colors with like their smoke grenade effects and stuff, and all
Yeah.
the weird gadgety stuff. But you don't show any gameplay either. On top of that, so
Or just
we
cringy Zoomer Payday is what I'm thinking of it as.
Well, the thing
Yeah.
is we've already got cringy regular Payday, and we'll come back to that because that's further down the list.
yeah, at least that had good music though.
Yeah, it does. So
Break the Rules is still one of their better songs.
I just on my notes I've just got Zoomery heist game and left it at that.
Yeah, so
What is it about it that made us all conclude it was Zoomery though?
Because it is. If you want to poster child for what a Zoomer thing is, it's that.
To me, it was the way the characters moved and the character designs.
Yeah,
Even though none of them were like super Zoomer, I just got the Zoomer impression
it's
from
kind
them.
of the designs, the attitudes, the bright colors where they were not necessary. So many little bits and pieces.
Do Zoomers even play video games, or do they just browse TikTok?
They seem to watch their favorite streamer play video games.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Next, Jim Ryan came out and blathered for a little bit, but we don't.
Well, he
we don't
does.
know that.
He's sort of obliged to do a certain number of minutes per show, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of his job, or part of his job, anyway. All right, Helldivers 2. It's 4-player. I'm guessing a horde shooter from what it looks like.
Were
Honestly,
they deliberately trying to look like Starship Troopers?
that's
the
what I was
movie?
about to say. Because it
Yeah,
looks like they're
that's-
ripping off Starship Troopers.
I mean, if you're gonna rip off something, that's pretty good at least.
Yeah, They're ripping off the movies, not the books, by the way. It's completely different.
But
well, they're both good in their own way.
Yeah.
Like I haven't read the book, but apparently it's quite an interesting commentary on the cycle of civilizations.
Yes.
And
whereas the movies are a high parody of jingoism.
yeah, they're the parody of jingoism, military-industrial complex, government military propaganda.
Hoorah!
All quite entertaining,
Yeah.
generally speaking.
So this is like let's make a Starships movie game. Someone just did. Oh crap. Because yeah, that's the big problem I think against Helldivers is we just got a Starship Troopers game.
I never played the original Helldivers. Was it any good?
I don't know. I can't remember anything from it.
So I remember it coming out years ago.
Yeah, it's been around for a while, but I can't remember anything about it.
Definitely a long time ago. Let's ask Steam. Good grief, that's a lot of DLC. 2015.
Wow. Okay. It has been.
So it's
Yeah,
got some-
it looks like it was an isometric game originally.
Huh. All right then.
But yeah, it looked like it might be, fun on
It looks
sale.
like one of those games that it's on sale, so we just all buy it and download it and play co-op for a weekend and then forget that it exists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that Portal one that we were doing a while back.
Oh yeah, like Splitgate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was it.
I
That
mean,
was fun
that's
for us,
fine.
yeah.
If a game can, some games are okay falling in that niche as long as they
Yeah.
download 800 gigs.
Yeah. I've ran out of stuff I think I can farm on Blue Mage.
Oh, that was the other freaking thing about Final Fantasy is like, you want how much of my hard disk?
All of it.
100 gigabytes?
All
Really?
of it. Yeah, Ark doesn't look quite so big now, does it?
It's just one episode of an episodic game.
All right. Next, they talked about Immortals of Aveum again, so we'll just skip over that.
Yeah,
Ghost
just as
Runner.
bad the second time round.
Ghost Runner is not Metal Gear Raiden, so why?
I do not remember the original Ghost Runner, so yeah.
All I got really from this trailer was something Cyborg Ninja.
I mean, this is whenever it's first person, really fast movement like this. This is something you have to play. This isn't something you can convey in a trailer as to how good it is.
Yeah. Controls
Yeah,
and
I-
everything.
I don't feel like I got a good impression of what the game will be like from this trailer, just that it exists and it involves a cyborg ninja.
Yeah, and that's about all the information there is to it. So that's not a whole lot going on there that we can.
Yeah,
actually
first
use.
person. I'm rather cautious of this one because first person melee combat's hard to do. Fast first person melee combat when you're zipping around the map is even harder. So we'll have to see.
Yeah. Next is an interesting one. Phantom Blade, or is it Phantom Blade or Phantom Blade Zero? I don't know.
I couldn't work out what it was supposed to be. Like,
It looks honestly.
what type of action game is it? It looks like an action game,
So,
but
from what I can tell, it all looks like a really over the top Chinese martial arts action movie. But in order to get action like that in a game, you're either looking at cutscenes or QuickTime events.
yeah.
And-
So I don't really know exactly how they're going to do this. Like, maybe they've got a way. I mean, I'm waiting for someone to develop the tech to do that in a
Please
natural way
do.
without just.
I'd love
But
that.
I don't know how it'll get there. And I couldn't work out, like, what is this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be like a Devil May Cry type of thing, or is it supposed to be like Sekiro, or is it supposed to be halfway between them? I don't
Yeah.
know. It's just
The
combat.
the camera is also awfully close to the character for as fast as combat is. That's worrying.
And it's zooming in and out all over the place too.
Yeah, I'm not. This seems like more of a cinematic experience
That's-
that'll have context actions.
Yeah, QuickTime events.
Like, I'm all for somebody managing to do like wuxia combat in a very convincing way, but I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know how it's going to feel to play.
Yeah, that's one of those things that hasn't been done yet, and I'd love for it to be done. Because please do. Wuxia combat is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I'm not going to write this one off entirely, but I'm not particularly enthralled with the.
I don't know what it is yet.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
yeah.
Well,
We
the
need
thing
to
is
know
that the
more about
camera
this.
angles, like, in as much as you would say, oh well, it's in a trailer, you're looking to showcase idealized combat scenarios, right? Likewise, the camera will be doing the same thing. Just because the camera is in a position in a trailer doesn't mean that's how it is in gameplay, any more than just because it looks like gameplay that it actually is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not going on the watch list yet to keep an eye on, but when it crops back up, if it shows me a bit more of the gameplay and like it actually is gonna do something interesting, maybe I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
But it's as of now, it's gonna remain a non-entity, I think.
You've got me interested with your aesthetic. Now sell me on the gameplay.
All right, next.
Sword of the Sea. It's Journey.
I had the exact same reaction to seeing this trailer as I did when I saw the trailer for Abzu, which is to say I ignored it entirely and moved on.
Which, yeah, again, the same reaction you had for Journey, I assume, as well, because it's the same people.
Well, Journey, I hadn't seen it before.
True.
But when I saw Abzu, I'd already seen the Journey trailer. And now that I've seen this one, I've seen the Abzu and the Journey trailer.
Yeah. And they've just made the same game again, except this time you're on a surfboard on sand.
Yeah,
turns into
it's
water.
it's a sword surfboard. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, okay, yeah, this is the third time you've done it, guys. Go on.
Yeah, just because I watched Gura vacuum up all the sand in Luigi's Mansion does not necessarily mean I want to do it myself.
Yeah. Alright,
All right.
Talos Principle 2. It's, you're a robot, but it's going to be laser puzzles and bargain basements philosophy again.
Single most constipated trailer voiceover that I saw this year.
It was. Oh.
Like, this is the most bland Neil deGrasse Tyson bullshit.
Yeah, well, Talos Principle has its head up its own ass to begin with.
Yeah,
but
by design.
yeah, that's kind of the aesthetic they're going for there.
Yeah.
But it's not. Some of the puzzles were interesting in the first one, but it's not enough to sell me a sequel.
Yeah.
Well,
And
the thing is
this-
that what I saw of what could be the gameplay in this made it look like it was just the same puzzles again.
More bouncing lasers.
Yeah, there's only I don't care to play that game again. It was firmly head up rectum garbage as far as the narrative went, and the puzzles, while interesting for a while, and they did a good job of making them more and more complex. They're just, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, it has to be at least as fun as Portal in order
Yeah.
for me to
Yeah.
bother. Because Portal made it fun and lighthearted. Like, they started off as logic puzzles and then they, added their own special flavor to it.
Yeah, the
But,
thing is, with Talos Principle, the first one anyway, is you did Chapter 1, which took you about 2 hours, like Portal, and then you got to Chapter 2 and realised it's the same puzzles again.
Well, it's the same mechanics with the puzzles, but the puzzles are now just giant and take forever.
Yeah,
I never played Talos Principle. I watched VTubers play it, but none of them did it for more than one session that I remember.
yeah, it's because the narrative is firmly head up rectum.
Yeah, there's no driving force to keep you going
It
through
is,
the puzzles of increasing tedium.
yeah, and bargain basement philosophy the entire time.
I wouldn't even call it that. I'd call it just somebody.
Somebody was reading some opinions on the internet and then formed their philosophy out of that, like
Yeah.
in the
We got Aristotle from a fortune cookie.
Mitchell and Webb sketch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's somebody went to Reddit and got some bargain bin philosophy and tried to turn that into a life view and put it in a video game.
We got Socrates at home. So yeah, I'm not enthused.
How
with
do you
this.
besmirch Socrates like that?
He is at home. He's in the bathtub. It's what
That's-
you
That's not Socrates.
do. One of them anyway.
I think which one was it? Was it Archimedes?
That was the Discworld parody of Socrates. Or whole bunch of different philosophers rolled together, kinda. Anyway. So yeah, Talos Principle, no thank you. Next game, Neva. It's got a whole bunch of dead birds and it's extremely art-housey. It is by Gree. The
I
people who did
so
Gree.
didn't care about this. Like, it's just, oh well, it's got my arts and it's got my feels, and yeah,
It's-
we're gonna carry a game on that without bothering to do the gameplay.
It's going to be
Yeah.
another game about the sad TM.
Well, at that, and it's like, oh, more nature worship. Okay. Like most
And you
games.
also have to play as a black woman again.
Did you? I can't even remember that. I was just
Yeah,
with
so
a-
tuned out.
with
on
a
it.
with a giant white Jufro.
Oh right, with the fro. That's right. I remember the fro. I don't remember what was underneath it.
Yeah, it's
The thing is that basically in nearly every game you have to play as a woman, a black person, or a black woman. Like that's just what they're doing this year, I guess.
Yeah.
they've been going that way for a while. They'll be stuck on that stride for.
So I
probably-
guess we'll hit 100% next year then.
Yeah, we'll hit our peak at it, and then it'll switch to whatever the next thing is.
Yep. That's how these trends.
At least it's not butterfaced white girls.
Yeah, that
It's
was
going to
last
be
year.
Dylan Mulvaney next year, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Every single game is going to be starring Dylan Mulvaney.
I hope.
Well, I
hope
mean-
not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, let's not. So yeah, it absolutely nothing of interest in Neva. I was lost the moment.
No
they said
gameplay.
no gameplay. But when it came up said from the makers of Gree, I was just out.
Yeah. Next.
Next is Cat Quest Pirates of the Caribbean. It's cute, it's cartooned, it's got cats. That's it.
Trying about 5% too hard, I feel, but
Just a bit.
as long as it's fun, I don't care because they aren't directly copying something else for once.
Yeah, and that's actually what I like about both Sony and Microsoft did this is they've got a few indies kind of mixed in between the AAAs.
Are they really indies at that point?
Probably not, because in a lot of cases
Yeah.
they're getting that
How do you get if you're an indie? How do you get top billing from Sony and Microsoft?
money. More to the
He
point,
knows somebody.
either pay them or potentially make
Or
them
sleep
money.
with them?
Well,
Yeah.
yes.
You know somebody, probably very intimately.
So money. It's always money.
I mean, I can't really tell much about if the game's going to be any good or not, but at least it's like
It's cute. Give it that.
it's cute.
It
Yeah.
looks like a video game.
It does.
Yeah,
look
it
like
does.
a
It does. It distinctly looks like a video game.
Which is more than you can say about half the stuff on this list.
Like the next one, which made me dry heave. I thought I was going to have some kind of cringe-based heart attack.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, this one does look like a video game. A very specific
No,
video
no.
game.
No. It looks like somebody's fan movie of Splatoon.
Yeah. The whole thing is just ripping off Splatoon.
Except,
Except they got
like
bubbles.
massively cringier.
Oh yeah, unbelievably awful.
Like I never thought that Splatoon would look badass next to something.
Like
Splatoon's always been fun, and that's where Splatoon shines. But
But it looks badass next to this. Because
Yeah.
this made me feel like my insides were shriveling up and trying to get away from the cringe in front of me.
the worst part of it for me was we have anime hair colors from Japanese game developers all the time. Okay, that's fine. But specifically, the tones they picked for the hair colors of the characters in this game are all Zoomer woke SJW hair colors, the danger hair warning hair colors.
The pastel colors.
I didn't even
Yeah.
notice that.
Because
I was just
anime
too
hair is always
embarrassed.
very vivid.
Yeah, I didn't even get as far as noticing hair colors.
I didn't think too much about that either. I was just busy having a cringe heart attack.
Because this is Splatoon, except bad. Why?
Yeah, you're adding too much of a.
Especially when
I don't know.
when they start putting in mechanics like, oh, you're on a bubbled section of your color. You can move quite fast now.
I think that there's a problem here with like how transparently derivative it is that I think is going to work very strongly against them.
Yeah, it's like very obvious rip.
Essentially, they're going to spend a large amount of money to release an advert for Splatoon.
Yes.
Because that's what it's going to function as. When people ask, oh, what's that game like? People, if anybody does ask, the response is going to be, oh, it's like Splatoon. And either they know Splatoon and they'll be like, oh, yeah, Splatoon, I remember that, I'll go play another round. Or they're like, what's Splatoon? Here, you can buy it and we'll play together.
Yeah.
Like, they're literally manufacturing an advert for Splatoon.
So congratulations, you've just sold your biggest competitor by being awful.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that they really got different from Splatoon is hero mechanics, I guess. And even that's
Even
Just
But that's
guess.
not really something that Splatoon needs, is it? Because the characters are not really the point. You're going to have a loadout anyway, aren't you, in Splatoon these days?
Yep, you do your own loadout. You have since the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know.
Especially
I've
when
never
one of the
played a
characters
Splatoon
even
game.
cracked out the actual killer whale, which is a weapon from Splatoon. It's the same freaking weapon.
I'll take your word for it.
Let's move on. Something
that's a good
adorable, at least. The Plucky Squire, a little kind of a adventure story from a storybook, except when the character decides to get out of the storybook.
Yeah, it was one of those things that looked like it might look better on a concept board than it does in execution, but it remains to be seen.
Yeah, another very, very twee game.
Yep.
Teardown. It's getting a PS5 port. This is.
I couldn't work out what it was.
Teardown is
Like,
an
I
odd
don't know the
story.
game.
It's a voxel-based world destruction game. It started life as like you just destroy. Here's this thing, you tear it down. Then it became a heist game, and it's a heist
Right.
game with fully destructible worlds. So you can imagine what sort of chaos that leads to.
Right. Well, the thing is that I felt like this was a very poor trailer for it because the trailer did not lead me to understand what the game was about,
Mm-hmm.
and it also made the game look very empty and lonely. I don't know why.
Because I
Yeah,
believe
like-
they did all of them. I believe actually the game is still only single player.
Yeah, this type of game, when you knock over the Legos, it's more fun when you have people to watch you or help you knock over the Legos.
Yeah.
And terror in your and horror in your case, as the story you told on the show a while back.
Teardown
Yes.
to this day on the PC port is still single player.
It just looked so empty to me.
Mhm.
Like that was the overall feeling I got was like, oh well, yeah, they destroyed a thing, but the whole place looks lonely and desolate. Like nobody saw you destroy it. What good is destruction if there's nobody to be horrified by it?
Or amused. I'll take amused.
Yeah, well, I mean whichever. It doesn't matter so long as somebody sees it.
Got to appreciate your art.
I mean, it's like removing the value of a constructed object is only of worth when there is a market to value it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really in isolation. Just breaking a thing doesn't accomplish anything. This is not like it's not quite the same as like popping bubbles on bubble wrap.
Yeah. So yeah, that's just a port. Teardown's been out for a while on PC anyway, so it's kind of a non-news. All right, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. It's I'm guessing a remake of Metal Gear.
I
Solid
never
Snake
played
Eater?
Snake Eater. I played 2 and I played 4, but I didn't play Snake Eater.
You missed 3.
Yeah, the good one apparently.
The good one. Yes.
2 and 4 are the bad ones. 3 is the good one. Is the one I didn't play.
I'm so glad they kept the Bond song though. You can't have Snake Eater without the Bond song. So the trailer didn't show a whole lot. It's basically Solid Snake hiding in a swamp. That was the trailer.
I was so confused as to what the game was right up until the end. I know that was the point, but
Yeah. But once Snake Eater started firing up the song, not the game, it's like, okay, what are they doing?
I recognized the song, or actually I don't know the song, but I recognized the tone of the song. So when the song was started, I knew what it was about. But even though I've never heard it before, it got a strong association with it with Snake Eater.
Yes. So
Yeah.
we'll see. I'm assuming it's a remake at this point, but it could be anything.
Yeah. Well, it's
I
website
found
says
what else
remake.
it really be. So
Yeah.
yeah. The website that's listing all this stuff says it's a remake.
Okay, so it is a remake. There you go. All right, so more Metal Gear Solid. Hooray! Next game, Towers of Ags.
More nature worshiping black female protagonist. Whoa.
Some sort of city builder with tribalists. Is that what the word?
whales.
What? Sky whales.
Sky whale.
Yeah, let's just go with sky whales.
Are they whales? They look more like crustaceans.
Whales, that's how these things go. Like, there's this kind of theme. It's like Xenocrash did it, and then it's keeps popping up. I don't know if there's actually a name for it. It's like Tribalist, but crabs and sky whales.
But it didn't make me care. It failed at that.
Yeah.
I have seen anytime a game has a very nature worshipy theme to it, loses about 50 points off the bat.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm
that
just
such a game
sick of that theming.
Yeah, you can't. It's not that a game like that is inherently bad. It's just they tend to get a bit preachy.
That and they've done it to death.
It's been done to death too. Yeah.
I just don't care anymore. We had Captain Planet already. That's when you peaked.
If that's the peak, I'd hate to see what the trough looks like.
Yeah.
Like, it's just... I do not care about any of this nature worshipy bullcrap anymore. Just go with a different theme. It's as bad as zombies.
It's been done, and it's been done better.
Well, the thing is that it's worse than zombies, in my opinion, because you are expected to perceive it as morally correct, not just fun.
Yeah.
Alright, next is Final Fantasy 16. They just showed
So
more stuff.
that's great. It mostly was stuff that I'd seen before
Yeah.
from the previous trailers, and it's not that I'm not excited about it, but I mean, I went and played Final Fantasy VII Remake because I know I can't play Final Fantasy 16.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're going to have to put our Final Fantasy 16 talk on hold until maybe there'll be some hubbub when it comes out, and we can mention the hubbub, but until we can
presume
play
it'll
it...
come out on PC at some point.
Eventually.
I'm guesstimating 6 months minimum to probably looking more at a year and a half realistically.
The local suspects are trying to sell console bundles with it, but it's like, well, it's about as close to a system seller as I'm likely to see for the PS5, and it has not made any inroads to making me actually purchase one, so...
Yeah.
Those are expensive. I don't know what they're like in your country, but I am not buying one. No, sir.
Actually, let me look up the local EB games. Yeah, they've probably got
So if I buy the bundle, it will cost me $992.
That's actually better than I thought.
$992. I mean, I it's not like I can't afford it. I don't want to set the precedent that I'm willing to afford it.
Yeah. It's I don't want to have to hook up a console and play a console right now. I just spent way too much money on a PC.
I spent a very modest amount on a PC, but the reality is that I like PC building, so I might just, rather than spending $1,000 on a console, I might just build another PC. Maybe I'll go a bit bigger this time.
I can't actually see the bundle.
Maybe you need to afford a new power supply in the future to accommodate the ridiculous power demands of all the components that are going to be coming out.
Well, I mean, I would go ridiculously powerful. If I decided to build a project PC, I'd go ridiculously powerful. The PC that I've currently got was built for serviceability for everything that I currently play, plus low noise. So it has like heat dampening pads on the inside, and it's got a cooler way bigger than the low temperature CPU that I've got installed in it needs, and so on and so forth. Although I did go with an Intel CPU, which does run hotter than the current generation of AMD ones.
Alright, moving on.
But yeah.
Alan Wake 2 again. Skip that. Ascree
Okay.
Mirage.
Don't care, don't care. Because this is like the most generic looking Assassin's Creed game that they've put out since Assassin's Creed 2, 3.
Yeah.
Whatever that one was called, where they'd already done the same game twice in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this time it's Persian Empire? Ottomans?
No idea. It's
No
not really
idea.
clear. It's somewhere generically Middle East / Asia Minor.
Kind of in there somewhere, yeah.
They need to put
somewhere full of kebabs.
they need to put this franchise on ice for
A decade.
about half a decade
Well,
to a
the thing
decade.
is that they were going to release like an Imperial era China one, weren't they?
I think.
Which is a way more interesting and novel setting than doing sodding Middle East again.
Didn't they do Imperial China as one of those mini-sodes they did a little while back?
They did a lot of mini-sodes, but I heard that they were going to do a full-blown one, and I don't know what became of that. But even so, like, I think Assassin's Creed has just passed its prime. You're just wasting talent that could be better used elsewhere at this point.
It's been overdone way. I don't know what to call it at this point. It's just...
If the problem really here is not with Assassin's Creed, though, it's with Ubisoft.
Yes.
The problem with Ubisoft is that they are incapable of doing a game without doing it in a completely formulaic way nowadays. Every Far Cry is the same. Every Assassin's Creed is the same. Just Dance, well, Just Dance is Just Dance. The only thing that changes is what weirdos they trot out on stage to advertise it. They just try and do the formula over and over again. I mean, that's why they were so salty when Elden Ring came out, right? And then everybody did the same joke about slathering it in Ubisoft UI elements.
Yep.
Like,
tell you what, Ubisoft
they know.
Really
they know they're formulaic. We know they're formulaic. And when you're that formulaic, you only need to play one game to play them all.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anybody invested in the lore of Assassin's Creed enough for the franchise's story itself to carry it through.
Nah. All right.
So
next game is, I hesitate to call it a game because it didn't actually show anything. It's a cat going on a spoopy adventure. I think that's it.
Like what? Am I supposed to be engaged by this? Because I'm not.
There's a black cat and there's some skeletons and maybe a witch and there's no game. There's just a cat going on a walk. So, alright, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink.
It's actually alive, we swear.
Yeah, it's totally is a thing that exists. Like I like Grand Blue. I like the art. I like the characters. I don't play the gacha game because it's called Grind Blue for a reason.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to it because I like the characters. Although Vera's my favorite, and I doubt she'll be in it because she cray cray. But
she's in the fighting game.
I mean, it makes sense for her to be in the fighting game because she's a near genius level fighter. But she also cray cray, so maybe she doesn't fit in an RPG. But
her supers very clearly show how cray cray that bitch be.
Yeah, like I'm worried about developing the wrong sort of reputation for her being my favorite though, because of Kiyohime being my FGO favorite, and her level of stability is not really famous. Yeah, I'm hoping that it will come out and that it will live up to the amount of time we've spent waiting for it to come out and be actually decent. But generally speaking, the artwork is fine and it's not going to be a gacha game most likely, so I can at least enjoy it with a clear conscience.
Yep.
They managed to weasel gacha into the fighting game.
Yeah, but it's not in a predatory way though.
Yeah, you can't pay for it to accelerate it.
Squeeze you.
Yeah.
You can't. Yeah, you can't pay for it. That I remember.
Honestly, though, with this game, I'm not going to believe it's actually existing until I've got it in my hands.
They're saying winter this year.
Again, see above.
How many times have they said that though?
Yeah.
Like, winter this year, no. Spring this year, no. Summer this year, no. Fall this year, no. Winter this next year. Like they move it forward.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah, until it is in your PC ready for you to play, don't believe it. All right. Otherwise, yeah, keep a relevant level of hype on that one. But yeah. Next, they talked about Street Fighter 6. They just showed the story mode in this version.
No Geef, no Mika, no sale.
Yep. Ultros. It's an eyesore.
So my reaction to this every time I hear about it is first, lol, Ultros, because Ultros.
We need a more
and then
perverted octopi.
And then it's like, oh, this is just like Hollow Knight, except not Hollow Knight.
Yeah, it's a Metroidvania, and it looks like it fell off the Bollywood truck.
Yeah, it's like if you put Hollow Knight into a paint factory and set off an explosive.
Yeah, it was hard to look at.
Yeah, the visual design is a huge turnoff for me. I love this subgenre, and I don't think I'll be touching this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it is a lot. It's not supposed to be derogatory, but it does have sort of like traditional Indian coloring,
Yeah.
very
all-
lurid color schemes.
It's all the worst
like-
bits of that theme.
It's like if Hollow Knight was set in Razan Han.
yeah,
Yeah, there's a reason I don't hang out in
on a
Razan Han.
bender. Oh, it's just of all the themes or the visual aesthetics you could have gone for, you went for I don't know, acid trip.
Puke
Bollywood.
Rainbow.
Maybe they just like really want it to be played by people who are just gonna like smoke a lot of weed and sit down with a Metroidvania.
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe, but
Ki-
I'm not sure how
kind
to
of
play it because I
mutually
couldn't see what was going on. It was just visually noisy. Oh.
Yeah. So we should keep moving.
Right, Tower of Fantasy, which has been out on mobile for a while. It's giant robot waifus.
Been out on PC too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and now it's getting a
I've
PS5.
never played it. The Steam has tried to sell it to me a couple times, but I've never installed it. So
Yeah, it's I think it falls in the same category as Genshin.
yeah, probably.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know who makes it though. Does the money go straight directly to the Chinese Communist Party?
Not sure on this one, but I believe so.
uh,
Yeah.
All right. Next.
it's
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Go for it.
Dragon's Dogma 2, a game that people have been looking for a while. I missed Dragon's Dogma 1 completely. I think I've got it. but I don't think I've
Yeah.
ever played it.
The people who like it are cultists about it though.
Yeah. It's got a very, very noisy fandom. But it's
It's got a
it's got dragons.
Yeah, Level Infinite is one of Tencent's brands.
Yep. But, okay, so yeah, Dragon's Dogma. It's high Western fantasy. It's got dragons and it's got knights and all that sort of stuff going on.
its big selling point I hear all the fans talk about is its unique gameplay mechanics.
Okay.
I don't know
Not the
any of
dragon?
them specific. Yeah, not the dragons, but I don't know specifically what they are off the top of my head because I usually roll my eyes at them.
Right. Let me see. Dragon's Dogma. Do I actually have it? Yeah, I do. I've never played it, but I've got it in my Steam library.
I probably have it too.
I don't think I do. Or I probably would have tried it because people keep telling me it's good.
Yeah. Oh no, that's the only uninstalled Dragon are the Dragon Age games on my Steam list. Okay,
Nah.
Do not want.
and Dragon Ball Xenoverse.
And yeah, you gotta have your Dragon Balls. I think it was a bit of a Souls-like from memory, but yeah.
No, it's a standard Western action RPG.
Yeah. But yeah, it exists for people who like it. Next, I don't even want to acknowledge this game.
Just skip it.
I thought that was over. I thought that franchise was over.
Yeah.
Oh, the original guy's not involved with it anymore. I think he pawned it off.
he
I think
did.
cashed out.
He was just done.
Yeah, he got canceled for being a Christian.
Yeah. And beyond that,
Yeah,
though,
it's
he was just,
occupational hazard these days.
yeah. But beyond that, he was just sick of the absolutely rabid fandom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
The
that'd
next,
be great.
yeah. The next VR game, though, I've actually played the prequel to it,
Resi
or the
4.
previous game, Resi 4.
Resi 4. That's the first VR game they showed.
Oh, they're showing. I had next up was Arizona Sunshine. But,
Yeah.
Because you're looking at the pictures instead of the text, Arasteel. Again.
text. Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Yeah.
We're good.
So Resi 4 was the first game they showed on the VR showcase, and it just looks like Resi 4 in VR.
Yeah. Just attaching
More
VR to.
zombies.
Yeah.
Zombies everywhere.
Zombies everywhere.
Well, Resi 4 isn't so much zombies as infected with the brain parasite dudes. So sometimes the parasite pops out of their head and has squiggly bits.
So
Yeah.
zombies.
They're still zombies though.
That's like saying that what the enemies in Last of Us are not zombies.
They're
Because-
No, I'm
zombies.
just I'm trying here, okay?
Just try.
The zombies. You cannot escape. It's just zombies.
All right, on the topic of zombies, then Arizona Sunshine 2.
More
Apparently, all these
zombies, more
zombies are named
cringe.
Fred.
Yeah, this trailer didn't look particularly good. It didn't look like it's doing anything interesting with it. The last game
No.
had really good gunplay for a VR game, but this one just looks like they're trying too hard.
Yeah, it seemed like they were trying to go for some sort of comedy thing with zombies, and it's just, you're trying
you
too
pet
hard,
the dog?
guys. You got the dog. Get the puppy dog,
Can you pet the dog?
and you pet the dog. That is the question. That is the most important question.
I do not know.
I'd assume you can, as otherwise, what's the point?
There was no dog in the first one, so
Next game. Oh, right. Crossfire Sierra Squad again. That thing. That was a VR game, by the way. The world's most generic tactical modern shooter.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, if there's a gap in the market for it, somebody's gonna make it.
Yeah, but it's still boring.
That
Yeah.
it is.
Alright, so let's skip the boring games. Synapse, or Synapse, however you want to put it. A game taking place in a psychopath's brain. FPS.
Another excuse not to have to craft a convincing environment in your video game.
Yeah. And it's probably roguelike as well.
Really?
Yeah, going by the narrative they were trying to spin there.
It didn't look like it was roguelike at all. Nothing about it looked even slightly roguelike.
Yeah. That's what I was getting from it, listening to what the characters were saying.
Instead of listening for whether or not they used the buzzword roguelike,
Yes. Because that
which
is
would have told
usually...
you whether or not it's actually a roguelike.
No, it doesn't.
most
Half the time they call things roguelike that aren't, and you will wave it around.
So that means that if it has even one trait associated with roguelikes, they would have said so.
True.
In other words, it has 0 traits associated with roguelikes whatsoever. So assuming that it's a roguelike is completely illogical.
The whole
they
thing is
generally
completely
shy.
arbitrary, yes.
They generally shy away from making VR roguelike games. There's been one that I've seen and played, and the ones that follow a you need to start over from the beginning formula at least, and drop the random. They still drop the randomization bit.
Yeah. That's usually the first thing to go.
Because it's just too difficult to set up something like that in VR.
Yeah,
Is what I've seemed to gather based on the fact nobody wants to try it.
Where was I? Next game, Beat Saber. Well, it's Beat Saber. I mean, come on.
Why did they advertise Beat Saber again? What was their angle here? Because I wasn't paying attention at the time.
To advertise the Queen music pack.
Yeah, the game has every music pack. They've got license deals with everybody and their mother now that they made it big.
Yeah,
Queen, huh?
Queen.
At least Queen had a couple good songs. It's not going to be $100 bills over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, at
I was
least
still
it's not-
favourite.
Yeah, we're playing Beat Saber.
Ugh. Stop. Alright, next game. I think we're off the VR train now. It is Marathon, which is Bungie's roots.
Yeah, it's Bungie's original franchise. I actually don't know. I used to know more about the Deep Lore Marathon, but I don't
I played a
anymore.
tiny slice of the game many years
So,
ago.
This is
Back
predating
about
Halo,
1996
so...
when it got ported to PC for the first time. Because it was a Mac game.
Yep. So they showed basically teams of robots fighting each other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was.
That was a thing. Like the Mac users used to try and claim Marathon was better than Duke Nukem 3D and Quake.
Yeah. No.
Maybe on a narrative level it was.
Maybe, yeah.
I couldn't say the same for any other aspect of it.
Maybe color palette if you just take Quake.
Well, Quake has a miserable color palette, but it also has a cohesive aesthetic. You could
It
also
does.
argue that.
True.
It is supposed to be a brooding medieval castle where everything sucks. So,
Everything is brown. Alright, where was I? So yeah, they basically showed some robots shooting each other and then threw the Marathon logo up and that called it a day.
Yeah, they just announced it's happening. We don't know anything about it yet.
Yep.
Does Marathon have any direct connections to Halo or not?
They tried in one of the bonus content for Halo 2, one of the terminals, or was it Halo 3? I forget. But they dropped it immediately.
Yeah. I think beyond that, it's just a few Easter eggs here and there, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't think they're in the same continuity.
Yeah. Alright, next is Destiny 2. They're adding another expansion called The Final Shape. It's probably not going to be the final expansion, but they're bringing Cade back.
Yeah, about to say, didn't you die?
Yeah. Yeah. He seems to be in Robot Hell or something. I don't know. So, yay, the actually only good character in Destiny's coming back.
Yeah, but they've been dropping the ball left and right with Destiny, from what people are telling me.
Yeah,
So,
it's a bit of a mess.
Not gonna hold out hope for that one to bring people back.
Yep. Concord. All I've got noted here was something spaceship. There was nothing in this trailer.
Yeah, I don't understand anything. I had to click the video.
Yeah, it was a very short trailer, and it was like just a spaceship coming in from orbit or something like that, and that was it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I don't know what it was about either.
yep. So yeah, it's just fine. I guess you've got a title.
The only thing I remember about it was the sandwich with burger.
Did have a burger.
They had a close up on a burger. It was just sort of jiggled.
It was just a wonderfully rendered burger. It was
With
also the
blue
world's
lettuce.
messiest spaceship.
Why is the lettuce blue?
Don't ask questions. It's a space lettuce.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, space lettuce.
Anyway,
Yeah. Alright, next game is not a game. It is Gran Turismo. It is Cars Go Burr the movie.
don't care.
I'm sort of incredulous.
little bit,
They
yeah.
thought that was a good idea. Like, I've heard rumors about it for a long time. I didn't think they'd actually do it. The Mad Lads.
Yep. But it's a movie about racing cars. I mean, okay. I mean, I've heard worse movie pitches in the last 24 hours. Basically anything that Disney's written in the last 3 years. So it could be good. A movie about someone who races cars. There you go. Easy pitch. Right. We're nearing the end here. Only got a couple of things for Sony left to go. Project Q. It is a... Honestly, this thing seems to me completely pointless. It is
It's like they saw the Switch and Steam Deck and were like, okay, how can we cash in on that?
Yeah, so what they've come up with is a handheld Sony device, which is good on its own, except it only streams over Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So what you're meaning to say is that how can we cash in on this without having to do any extra work?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you've got a streaming box that you can't use on a network that does not have your PS5 on it.
Yeah, it's odd,
Utterly
especially when
pointless is what it is.
they already have remote play.
Yeah. Because remote play, you can link it up to another TV and away you go. And a lot of modern Sony TVs have it built in. But is this like you need to go to the toilet and you don't want to stop your game? Is that what this is for?
Like, do you want to lay in bed while your wife watches her murder porn or something?
Is that it? It just seems utterly pointless.
Yeah, the amount of niche applications for this are too narrow to justify making this an actual product. Sony's just being retarded again.
Yeah, if this seems like a good idea to you, buy a Switch. It is
Or just get a Steam Deck.
Or get a Steam Deck. But don't buy this.
Yes.
Alright, also announced at the same time were PlayStation earbuds, which look very uncomfortable.
Yes.
Beyond that, they're just like earbuds.
Yeah, who cares? Plenty of high quality earbuds out there that'll work just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, to be fair, usually Sony's offerings in this regard are decent, and their actual high tier audio equipment is actually really good. Like Sony have got some really good quality audiophile tier headphones, but most of the stuff that they release as part of their gamer shite is sort of second stringer, like decent but not the best.
Not the best, yeah. So
Like any normal person will find them more than satisfactory, but any normal person will probably not want to spend that much money for something that's only satisfactory.
yeah, and that's the kind of the vibe I'm getting from these earbuds. It's like they'll function and they'll function well, but they're not going to be the best.
If you want really good sound, basically you don't want to use earbuds anyway. And my opinion is that earbuds are not good for your ears.
Yeah.
My opinion is to make your ears itchy.
They do. There's also the
Well,
whole
that's
issue
because
with
they-
Bluetooth just being
That's because
unreliable.
they cause wax impaction and they trap spores in your ears and that sort of thing. You're more likely to get skin irritations and infections from earbuds.
You're making me have to scratch my ears now.
So yeah, it's like just okay. You're making earbuds with a very uncomfortable square bit attached to the end. Okay, fine. Yeah. So yeah, that's Sony. They talked about Spider-Man after that, and they did another big show off for the Spidermans.
Yeah, Spider-Man was like at everything, so
Yeah. So with that, we move on to Microsoft, which is the shortest of the three. Well, almost the
Or
shortest.
the longest, depending on how you measure it.
Depending on which bit you count. So starting at the top, it's they did Fable, where you've got a giant moaning about heroes, and I think
Who does that giant look like?
he's the guy
I've
who's
seen
on
that
the
guy before.
he's on the Big Fat Quiz every year. And I'm trying to remember his name. It's a bit.
'Cause I know I'd seen that face before, but I had no idea where.
Yeah, he's a British comedian.
Was he on? He must have been on some like TV comedy then as well.
Yeah, I think he was, but I can't remember which one. The only place I really remember seeing him is the Big Fat Quiz, because I think he lives under the table there or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's that guy. I'll look up the name, but I'm fighting a lump.
This whole thing, the whole thing was, I assume the whole thing was a gag about British women being ugly. Like that was
Maybe.
my impression, because that is the single most hideous protagonist I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah,
I know Fable has a custom protagonist, but why would you choose that for your trailer?
were they just going and
That
making
person fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down.
Yeah,
yeah, like we're back to Butterface White Girl.
I think we
You
went
could
past that.
charitably call that white, but you can't tell because of the amount of grime.
Yeah. It's a shame, actually, because the after title scene they showed had the hero sitting on the giant's glasses, and obviously she killed him. Because I would have had a bigger laugh if it was the giant just sweeping the dead hero out the door or something like a dead bug. But
It would
no,
have made more sense.
it would
But
have made a lot more
you
sense.
aren't. No, but there's a law against you depicting a woman losing at anything in modern media.
Nah.
There's apparently also a law against depicting a woman as pretty.
It's also true, but there's a law set by the people who are doing the character design because they're women.
Yeah.
There's a huge hubbub on Twitter at the moment because somebody did a re-render of that character, except at least passably attractive, and this individual is being viciously denounced by all and sundry as a result.
Yeah, it sounds about right. It's only art fixing is perfectly fine when they do it.
But only when they do it. And it has to make the character fatter and uglier. Or black. Or both.
All of the above. Yeah, don't do art fixing, people. It's oh no.
Either you're going to do a good job and you're going to get denounced for it, or you'll do a bad job and you'll be a bad person because you did a bad job.
Well, you're a bad person either way. There's no getting out of that. Anyway, where was I? Fable. Next game, South of Midnight, has this low FPS thing. Now, this game, I was interested in. Right up
Is there
until
a
the
game
protagonist. Well, maybe. Yeah, but right up until
Another
the
Black
moment
Woman game too.
the protagonist appeared.
A black zoomer?
Yeah, huh? And it's very, very Zoomer. Like, you had this zombie sitting out in the bio, playing his banjo and doing all kinds of spooky things. And then, yeah, suddenly
Very large zombie.
Zoomerisms.
If this is actually set in Nolans, though, at least that's accurate.
Yeah, like,
The
that's
swamp zombies are that tall?
it's a very tall
Yeah.
zombie. But, yeah, if they were going to do a game based on that sort of folklore and all of that, that'd be cool. I'd love that.
But it's going to get zoomerified.
It got
Yeah,
Zoomerified.
you see the protagonist in her Zoomer outfit and her irreverent stance and posture towards everything, and her giant baggy pants.
And why? Why are you here? Get out of here. I want to see what the zombie's talking about. He didn't actually talk, but still. The zombie's cool. You're not. Get out of here. So next game, Star Wars Outlaws. Star Wars.
Right?
Star Wars.
Yeah, but it's
I
new Star Wars, so it's guaranteed to be shite.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no. I don't see any gameplay in this
The
trailer.
dumpy, unattractive female protagonist.
Yeah. Well, gameplay wise, they showed a little bit, and it's kind of fairly generic looking.
Looks like any other one of the mass manufactured action games.
Yeah. The
While this protagonist isn't as bad as some of the other ones, she still looks like she's going to ask for my manager.
does a little bit. But more the point is, like, it's original trilogy, and that's great, and you're not following a Jedi, and that's usually a good thing. But this is modern Star Wars.
Yeah,
Has
you
anybody
can't.
actually asked you for your manager before?
Well, I am my manager.
I was just going to ask if you turn them over to the opossum if they do that.
Like you can try.
You get what you
But,
deserve.
No, I don't think I've had people ask for my manager ever. Some people have asked for the opossum specifically, but never generically for my manager.
Nah. So yeah, I wanted to get it. Even a few years ago, I would have been interested in a Star Wars game like this, but
Yeah, but now you know it comes from a bad place.
I know it comes from a bad place, and
Like,
I know
occasionally you'll get lucky and they'll do a good one. It's not impossible for them to do a good one. They've proven that.
yeah,
but
there are good ones out
There's
there.
no reason. There's no reason to believe before it's proven that there's any chance of it being anything other than Drek.
Yeah, although there are rumors out there actually that Disney's going to sell Star Wars off.
Those rumors have been persisting for literally years at this point. I
Yeah.
don't know exactly whether they're founded on anything or not.
They're bubbled up again then. So we'll see. I hope they sell it off. But yeah, they do bob up every now and again. As for Star Wars Outlaws, like, yeah, it's all the right bits for a good Star Wars game. Except for, the cute animal mascot that looks like Escape from a DreamWorks movie. Aside from that, and it's just, yeah, it's got the waft of modern Star Wars that's got to shake off first. All right. After
Yeah.
that, they trotted out their corporate robot lady wearing a green screen. Who? Did anyone else get like cyberpunk dystopia vibes from her speech?
I didn't watch the Expo conference, so
Yeah, because the speech she gave was the most corporate boilerplate condescending thing you can imagine.
Yeah, I was aware that those segments happened, but I sort of switched off whenever they were on because they're always boring.
You should have listened to this one. It was like a poster child of just corpo punk horribleness.
So basically, it could have been written by ChatGPT.
It probably was. Considering that you didn't actually see this woman move very much, she could have been ChatGPT. We don't know. Anyway. Next game, it's 33 Immortals, 33 player co-op with very simple ARPG mechanics, I'm guessing.
yeah,
I would presume so.
looks
Didn't
looks
look-
like a indie game. It,
Yeah.
it looks like an indie game.
It looks like an indie game.
It's a unique idea to have 33 people in an ARPG. Okay,
Okay.
you give it your old college try, and we'll tell you how good it is once it comes out.
Yeah. But you get points for being an indie game ish, at least.
You get points for at least trying something mechanically a little novel.
Yeah. All right. Next up is the game that people really got hyped for, Payday 3. It's Payday. They haven't changed much.
The actual heist game series is getting a sequel.
Yes. There's a lot of heist
Yes.
games in this.
Pretty much terminates any chance of the novel or heist game getting any success
Yes.
whatsoever.
Guys, you've announced a heist game, but they've just announced Payday 3. So you don't get any lunch. Sorry.
I just want some more banger tunes from it.
Yeah. So it's like the heist game. And it doesn't just go and watching the trailer. They've added some bits and pieces, but they haven't really changed the core of the game.
Man, I remember Sleepbringer throwing the weed in the water, missing the boat,
Yeah.
missed our
Because he
getaway
got
boat.
high. Because he got high. Because he got high.
Oh no, we there was no opportunity to get high. We needed to get away with the weed and throw it in the water. Or was it cocaine? I forget.
Well, I was talking about Sleepbringer.
Yeah, don't play Payday while you're under the influence of anything.
Oh no, do that. It's actually quite fun.
Yeah, but you can forget achieving any sort of successful heists.
Oh yeah, but it's
That
still
didn't
gonna be funny. You don't play these type of games to be successful at them. You play them to make memories with friends that do dumb stuff.
True that. Alright, next game, Persona 3 Reload. It is a remake of Persona 3?
It's a full remake.
Okay. You don't know what content they've got in it yet, do you?
We've just got the leak trailer, which is this trailer again.
Yep.
And it's just all we know is it's a full remake, and the little bit we've seen in the trailer.
Yeah.
So they're
There's no
taking
female protagonist.
No free protagonist, but they only showed Dorkun, Junpei, and Yukari as far as playables go so far, so...
Well, no, they said that there was no female protagonist.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
takes
They
out
did-
that whole...
They did not.
The-
They did not
it-
appear
it-
to be aware that there was a female protagonist.
it is people that want the female protagonist to come back need to give up on that because it's too much work. At the end of the day, yes, I agree. There are a lot of good points in her route that make it better, but her route is also a complete rewrite of the whole dang game. And
Yeah.
if you do not play the core route and Fez in the main story, her route makes no sense at all.
Mm.
So you can drop the idea of her getting billing at any point, because funnily enough, in a game about relationships between you and other people, boys and girls have different dynamics.
Yeah, there's a reason why every other Persona game has one main character. But yeah, I'm interested if they'll do a rewrite on the answer, because I feel like the answer serves a useful dramatic purpose, but they made kind of a mess of it, to be honest, in a lot of ways.
I would be A-okay with them totally finding a way to cut out most of the grinding and finding a way to fix the part where all the party members have to fight each other.
Yeah, well, that's why I say what I want is a rewrite. I want them to do it again and differently, to accomplish the same dramatic purpose without making a complete hash of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm actually would buy this one.
I would consider it.
I consider it, but
I'd consider it.
it depends
It's
on how
on the
much-
watch list.
Yeah, are they going to do
But it's
the Fez content or the answer or what? I don't know yet.
it's on the watch list only because I love Persona 3 to death.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
it's my favourite one, so I would consider it. But it's still a remake.
Yeah, and Persona 3 is a fine balancing act of a lot of moving pieces that any change to any of them could potentially make the whole House of Cards collapse.
Yeah.
Because it's more than either of the more recent Persona games. It's a very moody game. Like, the atmosphere generates a lot of the theme behind it. They're not very explicit about a lot of things. They're very implicit about the temperament of the story in general. Because while the issues dealt with in the fourth and fifth one are very explicit, because they're due to the specific things that people are thinking and doing, like rumor mongering or whatever.
Yeah.
And in the case of Persona 3, it's just the sort of the malaise that is settled over top of like a postmodern society.
Yeah. And you have a very existential threat coming from it. Something that's much harder to translate into. The fear of death is a hard thing to get across as an antagonist, and they managed to pull it off.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's a difficult thematic line that they wanted to walk there, because you want fear of death to be a thing, and you also don't want resignation to death to be a thing at the same time, and that's the sort of line that they're trying to walk thematically. Resignation to the point where you don't care about death is bad, but fearing death too much is also bad.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a sort of an ambitious line to walk, and it only works because they were successful in maintaining a particular atmosphere throughout the game where everything is just kind of a bit dour because that's the way the world is, sort of thing.
Yeah, and putting too much of the later series pop in.
Basically, we don't want them to zoomerize it.
Yeah, you don't want any of the modern pop and bounce that a lot of the more modern Persona games have in Persona 3.
There's no pep in Persona 3 whatsoever.
But
like it's not about that. It's not about, you know, brightness and optimism. It's about coping with a lack of brightness and optimism.
yeah, it's how to live in a world when everything's gone to pot.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Keep an eye on that one.
And please, Atlas, don't zoomerize it.
Please don't zoomerize it. I know we sound like really old people when we say...
Yeah, like every time we complain about the zoomers, we age a year.
Yeah. But, oh boy. I guess we know now know how cringy we were as kids.
no, I think we have a different relationship with the Zoomers in that we are directly tied to the mediums of entertainment in a way that our parents weren't, and we get to see the mediums of entertainment that we engage with be Zoomerfied in real time.
Because our parents saw these media emerge as concept. We lived with them the whole time.
Hmm.
Much in the way that we saw social media emerge, but the Zoomers have lived with social media the whole time.
Hopefully they'll see it die.
Condolences to them.
Yes.
Yeah, it does not seem to have made any of them happier.
No, quite the opposite, in fact. Anyway, that's not that's depressing. Avowed. Obsidian is making a... You know what? I'm just going to say it. A Skyrim clone. Now, that said, though, they did do New Vegas, and that is like Fallout, except better. Will this be Skyrim, but better? I hope so.
Yeah, will they? How much of Skyrim are they copying? Are they copying the part where you lie about it all the time?
I hope not, because they don't have Todd Howard on staff.
Some of the monster designs look okay.
Yeah.
Like the world looks fine enough. The characters don't look like, you know, they're monstrous unless they should be. People look like normal people. I mean, there's potential here. You could get something decent out of this.
Very much so, and Obsidian's always done good work. I've liked their stuff. So, we'll see. We don't know a whole lot about it, though, so this one's probably not going to come out for quite a while.
Yeah, we saw very brief snippets of what looks like early alpha gameplay.
Yeah.
So we got a ways on that one.
Yep. The next one is a bow to inevitability. It is Sea of Thieves with a Monkey Island crossover.
It sounds like they did a full story, which is like this is the best sales pitch that they've made for Sea of Thieves in ever.
Yeah, so they've done it already with Pirates of the Caribbean, and essentially half of it is actually playing the game and doing piratey things, and then every now and again you get stuck on a Disney riverboat ride, which actually it just lifts sound bites and elements from the real life Disney riverboat ride. But yeah, they showed the characters, and okay, the voodoo lady looks funny because they used one of the in-game models for her, but Guybrush looks great. Stan's jacket is suitably reality bending. I can't remember if Elaine was in there, but Murray was. So, aesthetically, Monkey Island and Sea of Thieves have a lot of crossover. So,
Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate.
Mighty Pirate, Governor, now. And they even got back the proper voice cast, which is great. So I might actually dust off Sea of Thieves to play through this. Because
You have to let me know if it's worth doing.
I do love me some Monkey Island. I will be very disappointed though if you don't unlock a skin that is based on Stan's jacket. Give me that, and I will be happy to play Sea of Thieves and more.
Yeah. We got quite a few checks on the box to go, so we should probably pick it up.
That's all right. We got a couple here where we can't really talk about a whole lot. Microsoft Flight Sim, Plainclothes Burr.
Yeah. More Flight Sim.
They've got a Dune crossover this time. So you fly around one of their ornithopters.
Cool. People love those games. They'll keep loving them.
They will keep loving them. Now there's stuff to do in them.
I don't think you can actually lure people into those games with crossovers, though. I think they're either they're lifers or they're not.
Pretty much. Like, the people who are invested in Flight Sim are seriously invested. Anyway, Senua's Sacrifice Hellblade 2, or Senua's whatever it is.
Critical Darling Bait returns with another entry.
I have no idea if the game was actually any good. All I knew is that people kept praising it without saying exactly why it was so good.
Because Senua is cray, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, this one was Critical Darling, and that lost enough points for me not to even bother looking at the original one. It's Ninja Theory, and I still don't forgive them for what they did.
Which specifically? I forget which.
Oh wait, that's different Ninja. Was it Team Ninja or Ninja Theory that did Dino?
I don't know.
I forget. I've been trying to forget that game exists.
I don't know.
I do as well, as you can tell. Ninja Theory, yes, it was them.
It was them. Okay. So they ruined Dino. Or they did Dino.
Yeah,
Dino
so they're not forgiven.
It's not just that they did Dino. That was the least of their crimes. The problem was that they treated the Devil May Cry fans with contempt.
Yes.
Yeah, the not in a million years line.
Not in a million years. Alright. Moving on. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, Ichiban naked on a beach.
I don't know. The Hermit Crab was great.
I love their fun with sensor objects. That was great.
Yeah, it's like Thancred gets a squirrel, Ichiban gets the entirety of whatever beach he's on.
Yes. Yeah, and yeah, Ichiban is like, he doesn't even notice, which is a bit worrying.
He's also on a very Western-looking beach.
Yeah.
I assumed it was Hawaii.
Yeah, it's something American.
Yeah, he's either
If you're Japanese and you're on a beach in America, you're in Hawaii.
Probably, yeah. So, I'm not sure we don't know yet if this is a sequel or an expansion or what, but it's more Ichiban, and whatever craziness is going on in his head is going to be all over the world.
Yeah, or just they're taking the locale outside of Japan for a game.
Yeah. With Ichiban, honestly, it could be anything.
Yeah, the dude's already in Fantasyland most of the time, so his locale is less important than with Kiryu.
Yeah. Like, he just starts projecting his alternate reality on things all over the place.
If it was Kiryu in Murica Land, I would be a little more skeptical, but Ichiban I'm more okay with.
Yeah. He kind of works for that.
Yeah, Kiryu's story and character are very rooted in the fact that he's a part of the Japanese underworld.
Yes.
But Ichiban, while he has ties to the Japanese underworld, he is very firmly a resident of Fantasyland.
He got ejected
before anything else. Yeah.
So yeah, more Ichiban. I don't mind Ichiban. He's a fun character.
Yeah, I still want to go back and finish Like a Dragon, but
I need to do that as well.
Oh, you never completed it? I thought you would have finished it.
No, I got distracted by other games.
Yeah, it's fun, but it's long.
Yeah, the combat just takes forever as well.
Yeah.
And the way they have enemies set up, the basic trash enemies will just respawn on you
Yeah.
if you move too far away. So if you're running up and down the street for objectives, the enemies just keep on respawning and don't stop.
Yeah, so you can really get bogged down. Alright, Fallout 76, they're doing an expansion in Atlantic City, as they call it. Yay, I guess.
Okay.
Next game is an interesting one. Path of the Goddess. Some sort of samurai...
Completely
trippiness?
inexplicable trailer that doesn't tell you anything about anything, and it's just a lot of visual noise, basically.
Yeah. It's like,
Yeah,
a guy's fighting demons, maybe? I don't know.
Flash dancing?
Possibly.
yeah, some kind of action game, I guess. That's about all I got from it.
Yeah, I watched the Capcom thread as well, and yeah, they didn't really shed a whole lot of light on it. They just said it's like you're a demon
Everything
hunter.
people are saying about this is pretty much just guessing, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it's like it has a strong Japanese vibe. You don't say.
Could have fooled me.
So, I mean, it looks neat. It's very stylish, but I don't know what sort of game you're going for here.
Yeah, when you got, especially with action games, as we've said multiple times, you've got to really show that off because it's hard to get a feel for how they play from just footage alone, let alone trailer footage.
Yeah, so we'll see. Next is Forza Motorsport. Cargo's Burr of the game, except they're adding electric cars, so they're taking the Burr out of Cargo Burr.
No, they usually add Burr back into electric cars, don't they? Because otherwise children can't hear them and they get run over.
Yes, they do, actually. They put a speaker that goes Burr. Which kind of renders a lot of things redundant, but honestly, I'm still cringing at that Formula E race last year where they only one car crossed the line. All the others ran out of battery. You guys didn't think this.
We will resume this race in 15 minutes when everybody's got a little bit more juice back.
Yeah. You guys got your estimates wrong there. Everyone, except for that one guy. All right, they're doing another Elder Scrolls expansion because it's Elder Scrolls Online. They're always doing expansion. This time you're going back to Morrowind again.
Well, you're going to a part that we haven't been to in the game. Still,
It looked like the Skyrim expansion, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't get a good feel for where it was. Honestly, they've already done Morrowind, so
Yeah.
It's the Dragonborn expansion, except for Elder Scrolls Online. That's what it looked like to me.
It does a bit. So yeah, Elder
So
Scrolls
it's
Online.
but Morrowind, everything centers on Hermaeus Mora. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we do an expansion on House Talati and just watch them stab each other for half an hour? It's kind of what they do.
it'd be a pretty short expansion.
True, but honestly, I'm surprised House Talati still exists. They do like their stabbing.
Yep.
Alright, Overboard is the next game. Alright, I wasn't going to talk about Overwatch, but I think one quick nugget needs to be said. Remember they've been putting out the reports that, oh no, we've cancelled the PvE content because reasons. Well, turns out they hadn't. It's just hidden behind this paywall.
No, they have cancelled the PvE mode.
What was the hell are they showing off there?
This is just their PvP stuff, except it's an event.
Oh, right.
That's how they've remodeled all of their PvE.
That's their PvE now.
It's just part of their seasonal events now.
They're
not doing a PvE mode.
No.
Yeah, there will not be an option on the menu to pick single.
And
player.
they're not doing the hero mode. They're not doing any of the stuff that they promised. In fact, none of the stuff they promised they're doing.
Yeah.
This is not an iteration on their previous decision to reverse any part of it at all. This is them trying to deceive people into thinking that their revocation of all their promises about PvE is somehow not going to affect anything.
Yeah.
But no, this whole thing is designed as a corporate lie. It's designed to convince people that they didn't do the thing that they said that they did.
It would be more convincing if it wasn't hidden behind a paywall. Because you need to pay to get into these events.
Is it a battle pass thing?
No,
Everything is a battle pass.
it's separate
thing.
from the battle pass. Additional to the battle pass, from what I can tell. Because of course it is.
Blizzard just they will never be happy with how deep they have dug their hole.
No, gotta dig it deeper. So
Yeah.
that's a thing, and Persona 5 Tactica. Okay, as much as I love Persona 5,
I'm so past caring.
it might be time just to put it to bed, please.
Yeah, hang that one up.
Yeah, Atlas has unfortunately discovered the power
Money.
of franchises.
Yes. So it's a tactical RPG, Final Fantasy Tactics style thing, except with Persona characters.
They
Yeah,
saw
about-
Bobby's yacht and they got jealous.
Yes.
The only thing I have hopes for with this one is more banger tunes. Because Strikers had some pretty good tunes.
Strikers had the best tunes. Like the rock remix of Last Surprise is still one of my favorites.
I want a remix of Run from the Chicken Man.
Alright, so that exists. That didn't show a whole lot. It's just like, this is what the game is. And it's the chibi style that they use in Persona Q. So there's that for people who may not like that.
Yeah, I've been falling more and more out with tactics games lately, so I'm not. Golly, stop franchising the stuff I love, people.
Just, let things rest. You don't need to keep banging things out constantly.
It seems they're all just gonna like straight out fail school, aren't they? Because they're spending all of their time doing a whole bunch of other shit.
Yes.
That's okay. There's probably a world saving scholarship or something.
Yep. Next game, for some reason they showed off Starfield here. We'll come back to that at the end. Jusant. It's a game about climbing a cliff, I guess.
Ugh.
You live on the side of a
Looked
cliff.
One.
Yeah, looked ugly. Didn't give me a feel for what the game was. Don't care.
Yeah, I didn't get a whole lot from that. It's just,
It didn't look fun. It looked dull.
it looked dull. Still Walks Deep. It's by the Chinese Room, so it is a walking sim on a oil rig.
Yeah,
So don't.
that did not. I mean, you can. Yeah, they did Dear Esther, didn't they?
They did Dear Esther. They've done a lot of walking sims.
Yeah, they did. It says so in the notes underneath it. Yeah, this is. I don't care.
Yeah. Just no interest whatsoever on that one. Let's see, where was I? Dungeons of Hindenburg. It's I guess old school Zelda-y thing.
It's very cell shaded.
Protagonist, again.
It's very cell shaded, but the animation looks stiff as a board.
Yeah, very, very stiff animation.
Yeah, I didn't find it visually appealing at all. It just put me off.
Yeah, it's it doesn't look very good at all.
Yeah. All right. Next up is they wheeled out a boozed up Keanu Reeves again.
And how, man, he looked sloshed.
He was absolutely smashed. So they're doing an expansion for Cyberpunk called Phantom Liberty, which is whodunit apparently. It's like,
Okay.
I guess that's in there now.
If there are people who still care about Cyberpunk, I'm sure they'll be excited.
There's a few people who are still excited about it. They did fix it.
Yeah, eventually, after all the hype was gone.
Yeah. Shouldn't have been launched like that, guys. Next game is City Skylines 2. Okay. I love City Skylines 2 and I will City Skylines and I will probably play this one, but it's like it's a city builder. You can't get hyped on a city builder from the trailer.
Yeah, I'm not into them at all. Like, watching that trailer made me feel sort of genuinely slightly afraid. Like, just the thought of having to manage all that stuff made me feel a little bit frightened.
Yeah. It looks honestly a lot cleaner than the first one. Looks like they've tidied a lot of things up and added a lot of quality of life. Plus, you can run trams wherever you want by the look of it. which
So
is
not a city builder person.
yeah. But yeah, city builders, they're a very static game by nature, so it's hard to get any sort of hype going. But yeah. This is city. This is the kind of the new city builder since SimCity shat the bed.
Yeah, Fern, if I ever take over the world by accident, you can be in charge of industrial planning.
Okay, you can do that.
I really don't see this as ever being in my skill set.
That's what you do to your friend. You condemn them to their old job.
Yeah, please don't. The old job I hated,
Such a bully.
as opposed to my modern job I hate.
I'll pay you better.
Okay, where do we start? More the point, can I just point to Factorio and say, do that?
No, because it'll make everybody autistic.
I don't see a problem with this. I mean, aside from, the world-devouring smog. There is that. And the killer bugs.
I don't believe in smog. Smog is a myth.
Okay. Where was I? Metaphor re fantasio. You got to say
This isn't
the only thing that stirred even the faintest interest in my blackened soul.
Yeah, this is what the Persona team's been doing when they haven't been cashing in.
Well, it's also a lot of the old hats from the Persona team are on this one, like the old composer and character designer.
Yes. So it's hard to tell, but from what I can gather, it's some sort of fantasy world overlaying the modern one, because of course it is. But
it looks like a lot of the mechanics of the world are going to be important to the story, so they're not going to give away too many.
Yeah, but combat mechanic wise, it looks very Persona.
Yeah, the menu and the UI looks very stylized and cool. The big monster encounters look really cool from the flashes you see in the trailer. Yeah, I like the art style. I like the characters.
I'm perfectly happy with turn-based combat. I don't need everything to be an action game.
Yeah, as long as it's got some point of interest, so you're not just one button on the menu, one button on the menu, one button on the menu, then we're fine. That's all it needs. Just one little thing to spice it up.
It's definitely got my interest. I'm paying attention to it.
I'm paying attention.
I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on this one.
Next is Towerborn. It's from the people who made Banner Saga, which is actually a really good game. Or good couple of games, I should say.
But we've barely got any gameplay in this trailer.
Yeah, maybe Castle Crashers? Maybe?
In fact, I would say we didn't get any gameplay in this trailer.
Barely any, yeah. But something about a giant bell tower, and everyone just lives in that now. So that's your lot. Live in the bell tower, do bell tower things, I guess. Go out to explore the world and probably die. Next, Clockwork Revolution. It's a steampunk shooter with time manipulation.
You play as a strong black female protagonist.
Do you? I didn't even notice that.
Well, you wouldn't, because it's in every single game.
Yeah, probably. You go blind to it after a bit. But it's. I mean, we've done shooters with time manipulation before.
This just looked like they were making a Bioshock Infinite knockoff. Like, of all the things you would choose to knock off, why that?
Yeah. You've at least done Dishonored 2. Go for Whale Punk.
But Dishonored 2 was a nasty, grungy setting, and that was part of its appeal.
Yes.
They clearly wanted to look a lot shinier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Up until the point where it's not.
Steampunk is starting to wear on me a little bit.
Steampunk, it's been done a lot, but I can't say really it's been done well.
No, usually it's done quite poorly. Like it's it's been used as a very shallow aesthetic. Like that's the reason why Dishonored's Whale Punk was so good. Why it was so credible was that you could see all of the whales that had been hauled up on the docks for harvesting in order to drive the society. Like the whole setting was built around the Whale Punk, and you could see it everywhere.
Yeah.
Like whale oil was found everywhere, and it was used as explosives as well. You could use it as an explosive. for offensive purposes. Like there was, like visibly they had thought through. Okay, so what do we actually need to make the society work based on this particular resource that we're going to use as our conceit? Normally, when steampunk is used, it's sort of taken for granted that if you slather it in brass and gear wheels, and then put some steam coming out the end, then it counts as steampunk.
Yeah.
So it's just an aesthetic. It's not being used as like, how would society have been constructed if steam had been the mechanism that was used to drive everything?
Yeah, more often than not, it's like everything is steampunk, but how does everything work? Oh, magic. We have magic as well. And so like, yeah, okay, but what's the point of having steampunk if you're just going to make everything run by magic anyway? So
Yeah.
it might be
Also-
a setting that works and actually uses steampunk properly, but I doubt it.
Also, another trailer with basically no gameplay in it.
Largely, yeah.
Well, they put a bunch of generic shooting in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that was all it was.
Yeah, no way to tell whether this has got any kind of unique or novel twist to it, or if it's just generic. They're just leaning on the setting.
Well, that's why I said it was like Bioshock, because it gave the impression of being like a half-baked shooter that has just had a lot of sort of like generic steampunk crap glued onto it.
At least the first Bioshock and Bioshock 2 did something with that.
Well, they had an idea that they were driving towards. Like they wanted to test the sort of the limits of the Randian idea of a perfectly free society where you could research whatever you wanted, no matter how unethical and whatnot. Like they wanted to test that Randian idea all the way to the limit.
Yeah.
And the problem with Infinite was that it was just a really half-baked Aesop about how racist and bad MK.
Yeah, it lost a lot of the appeal that made Bioshock work.
Yeah, it was not about a story, and it was not about a theme. It was just like, these people are bad because they do bad things, and therefore you are justified in doing these things. And oh wait, you're also a bad person, so we're just going to kill you in the end.
Yes, because your alternate future self
Spoilers.
is a bad person. Yeah. When you actually listen to the plot of Bioshock Infinite, it still doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
It's quite bad.
Yeah, it's just...
Like, and oftentimes I never actually finished Bioshock 1. I never even played Bioshock 2. But I did finish Bioshock 3, which makes me wonder why it is that I always finish the bad ones. Like, it's like they get me hooked on wondering if it's going to improve at some point.
Yeah, I did play Bioshock 1, and I was able to do it blind. And the twist in Bioshock 1 was expertly delivered, if you can do it blind.
Yeah, I have a vague inkling of what it is, so I can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bioshock 2 is just generically good, I think. I like
fine.
it. But Bioshock Infinite it just
fails at everything, really.
It
Like,
fell flat on its face.
It's not like the production values are terrible or something.
No, production values are high,
everything
that's
is
it.
Everything is just sort of like either misaimed or falls short of where it was headed.
Yeah. Anyway, we are way over time, so we need to wrap up. We're near the end. Actually, we only have one game left to talk about, and that's Starbound. Do we really want to talk about the new Series S? Because I don't.
Why are we talking about Starbound?
You mean Starfield?
Starfield, sorry. Starfield, not Starbound. Starbound's been out for years.
Yeah.
You've given the incorrect name for probably about 35% of the games we've talked about when you announced it so far today.
That's because half of these games are so completely unforgettable, I think of better games.
You mean forgettable?
I forget. I forgot. So, alright, Starfield. Should be right up my alley. I am completely unenthused. Ooh, your submarine came back.
Well, it looks like No Man's Sky crossed with Mass Effect.
Yep, with a little bit of Fallout in there.
I don't want any Fallout in anything. I just don't like Fallout. I think it's bad. And everybody might not agree with me, but I think it's bad. It's just bad.
I love me some Fallout,
Like,
but I do see its faults.
I've tried to play them again and again, but they just feel stilted.
Yeah.
Nothing in them quite works. Like,
Yeah.
for all of its flaws, Skyrim, the entire gameplay loop flows very smoothly, and every part of it operates in a natural way. Whereas Fallout, just everything feels like you're trying to check off items on a list all the time, and nothing seems to quite work the way you want it to. It's not.
There's a lot of jank.
Everything about it feels artificial.
Yes. So
It gives you the opportunity to kill furries, though. So,
So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Starfield that they showed that I do like. Like it does have a story. You can shoot the admiring fan in the face again.
Essentially, they're making Star Citizen, except it's likely to come out before Star Citizen.
Yes. So they've actually put a date on it. It'll be delayed, but the reason is, and they're not even using Creation Engine by the look of it. They've stepped up.
You know, I think that they made a bad decision on that date. I think that they should have aimed to do 11/11 again.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same ring when it's 11, unless it's 11/11/11 again.
No, it won't. But they could have done something like that because they did it before. And if you can manage to do a novel date like that, then you can tap into the residual hype from last time because everybody will remember how they felt back then.
Betrayed.
And since nobody has that's not how they felt. Everybody was hype as shit when it came out.
Yes, and then we realized
they only felt betrayed later after Todd Howard had announced the 6th release of Skyrim. But I think that they should have gone for a novel, memorable date so that they could tap into that same memory from last time where everybody was super hyped leading up to Skyrim.
Yeah, but I wouldn't worry about it too much because it's going to be delayed. So that's my thing is, like, I should be hyped for this game. But it's Bethesda. And it's Todd Howard.
I just don't have any faith in them to do the job correctly.
Exactly.
I'll be pleasantly surprised if they do, and then I'll play it.
Yeah,
I have no need to jump in with both feet.
If the game can come out and it's fully playable and they've promised everything they've shown, met all the promises they've shown, I will jump on it happily.
And they've left it moddable so that the modders can fix all the stuff they do wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the real thing. Once the fix-it mods come, that's when it's okay.
I would just never dream of playing Skyrim without mods. It's just a waste of time.
No, I've done it once, and yeah, now you just need mods.
Yeah, I did my first run through without mods, but it was not great.
Yeah, even if it's just the quality of life mods, it makes stuff so much better.
Yeah, even
like,
just
I don't want to play Skyrim without Sky UI. I'll die.
Yeah, the UI is horrible. All right, that is all the announcements. Well, most of the announcements. There's others tucked away in the tiny little ones, like the announcement of the Apollo Justice trilogy. They're giving that the coat of paint and push out the door. We'll have the Great Ace Attorney trilogy before too long too, actually. So, yeah, that's the thing. You know, you get the less good Ace Attorney trilogy.
Yeah, well, Apollo Justice ain't bad.
You ragging on your boy Apollo?
It's not Apollo's fault. He did his best.
It could be worse. It could be what was it? Spirit of Justice, the one with the Disney villain lady as the final boss.
That's the third one in the Apollo Justice trilogy. Yes.
Does that one count? No.
Yes.
I thought. Okay.
Yep. It's
So
Apollo
Dual
Justice,
Destinies,
Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice.
Okay.
That's the trilogy. But other things are wrong with it. Like, I think they've introduced Athena at the wrong time. She should have a trilogy of her own.
Nah, Athena's fine where she is. I don't have a problem with her.
She's a strong enough character to carry a trilogy, though.
Well, she hasn't had any screen time. The third game, Spirit of Justice, is like, let's just spend a case to see what Athena's doing. She's doing something actually educational. Let's go back to the boring people then.
Spirit of Justice has a lot of problems.
Yeah, it does. But
a lot of problems.
The one character who is doing something interesting, and we only spend one case with her.
Yeah, Athena does get the best cases when in her games, but is often because Black Quill is directly associated with them, and he is the best prosecutor of the Apollo Justice series.
He is such a good prosecutor. I love Blackwell. As much as I like Clavier, he's only there for one game.
Yeah,
And I admit, Clavier was my first prosecutor because I did Apollo Justice before I did Phoenix Wright.
Mm-hmm.
So I do have a soft spot for him.
Yeah, I played the original 3 first.
You got to admire someone who plays air guitar on the stand.
Yeah, I think Godot and Black Quill are the best, but
Godot has so much baggage.
he's a character directly tied to the narrative, so he's a little different. He's a little different than the other more colorful prosecutors.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the biggest problem I have is just the entire story of Spirit of Justice relies too much on the mystical Wuja Wuja.
It does a bit,
and
yeah.
it's not very interesting for most of the cases. They're just not very good.
Yeah, it makes for a neat mechanic, but not really a good narrative element.
When we have to pull Maya on the stand to get possessed by a dead guy that got murdered so we can figure out the case, I think we've crossed a line.
Yeah, you've written yourself into a corner at that point.
Like she's done that before, but it was so ridiculous in this one with the way it was done that it just didn't sit right at all.
Yeah. So yeah. On the plus side, though, Great Ace Attorney is a lot better than that trilogy. We've already got the first 2 games, even though they're selling them as one. And the third game is... I think it's out in Japan? I have to check. But it's well in production, if not.
Oh, I forgot about the freaking prosecutor in Dual Destinies.
Oh,
Fucking
yeah.
Nayuta or whatever his name
Nayuta,
is.
He's such a twat.
He is not a fun prosecutor at all.
No, he's not. And the big
At least
reveal at
Black
the
Quill-
end, because no, I don't care. Go away.
Bring back Black Quill, please.
Yeah.
I'll take Edgeworth. I'll take Von Karma's daughter. Like, anybody but you.
Hell, I'll take Barnum from the side game. He's a literal Knight Templar. At least until he gets better.
Man, now I want to go play Dual Destinies again. See good old Black Quill physically abused right on the stand.
Yeah. So, Von Zykes from Great Ace Attorney is fantastic. He's Dracula. He does the glass toss at every opportunity. He goes through quite a lot of glasses in the course of one case. Don't even know where he keeps them.
Anyway, we're rambling on.
Yep. So that's all the announcements, and yeah, there's a few nuggets in there that are interesting, but yeah, not the hype. No hype. And okay, I guess maybe we're just too old and too jaded to get hype anymore, but yeah.
I'm just depressed that there was no announcement for Fate Extra Record, meaning it's probably been delayed again.
Probably. Would they even announce it at a Gamescom thing? Tokyo Game Show,
it's sort
maybe.
of it's in the same position as whatchamacallit. Oh, my mind has just abandoned me. It's in the same position as Grand Blue, in the sense that it's a game that has been in development for an appreciable fraction of forever, and nobody's heard much about it, and they just keep seeing the same few snatches of footage over and over again. So it's sort of like due for an update to reassure people it still exists.
At least
TGS is what we're going to have to be hoping for, because I need more footage of that, and I need more footage of Fate Samurai Remnant as well.
Yep.
Because we haven't seen anything of that since the announcement teaser.
Yeah. Disappointed we didn't see a new Monster Hunter yet. So,
yeah, I presume TGS again.
I'm thinking TGS at this point, because they're due for one.
Yeah, because basically all the extant Monster Hunter is in its like wind down now, right? Because
Yes.
Iceborne's completely done with. Sunbreak is completely done with. Like
Yes.
Monster Hunter is now in maintenance mode.
There is no currently active Monster Hunter game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're retooling a new engine or something.
People are enjoying the heck out of the final monster in Sunbreak, from what I've heard.
Yes. Excessively smug Malzeno.
Like, it's like the Malzeno was actually the good guy all along, Malzeno.
Yes. And it's going to dance on your grave. So, when is TGS actually? Let's see. Tokyo Game Show, September. End of September.
Right. So just have to survive a little bit longer.
We gotta wait.
And hopefully, things that I actually care about will get announced.
Yep. But for now, we need to wrap up because we've been at this for a while.
Yeah, we're at 5 hours.
Yeesh.
Really? Yeesh.
Yeah, for
We're
4.5.
approaching it.
Close enough.
Yep. All right, folks. That's your coverage of the Summer Announcement Fest. We'll be back next week, hopefully with a more standard show, and we'll go over any media that we didn't get to talk about this week that we've been messing with. And yeah, we'll see you then. Y'all got any closing comments before I get us out of here?
I'm exhausted.
I didn't know that you could fish in one spot for so long that the fish just won't bite anymore.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah.
That's
if
a
you're
thing?
if you're there, yeah, if you're at a fishing spot in casting state for like 48 in-game hours or something, then the fish just stop biting.
They wise up.
Yeah, you got to go somewhere else for about 30 minutes.
All right, I didn't know that. All right, take us out.
All right, folks. We'll see you next week. Sayonara. Bye-bye.